Hello, 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 hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Papaksh, I think. Sure, why not? Welcome to the show that answers the question why we need to get arrested. Sorry, I could not wait. Just wanted to get here as fast as I can. Ladies, gentlemen, and beasts, today we are on a sad news. The war keeps going on and keeps escalating. It keeps escalating and it is not looking good. The Ayatollah is dead. Sorry to say, let's just blast off quickly. We don't have games to talk about. We have nothing. We came online immediately as fast as we can. There's something or the new news that goes on like every 5 seconds. I'm not even kidding. There's like a news about something horrible happening every 5 seconds. Something or other going wrong every 5 seconds. And it's gonna get some. I can't be normal. I really do want people. Anyway, how have you guys been doing? What is up? How's your Sunday was? How was your weekend? Tell me. I know I'm seeing you. Anyway, so we will begin shortly. I don't really have good news like in personal life matters right now. I have like an okay news. My paper got sent back. Not very nice. Which is bad. I don't know. It's not that bad. I can try again. We'll check how that ends up being. Like being a scientist is like kind of so many rejections. It's disappointing. Like Sangis these days in the chat think they can hurt me. They really can't. You know why? Because being a researcher and a person who publishes hurts me so badly. So they really can't hurt me whatsoever. They're trying to leave so many weird comments in the comment section. I'm just like, bitch, reviewer number 2 is worse than you. Idiots. Honestly, at this point, we are just waiting for. This place is very shit. No, she's fine. Whatever. There's a lot of going on. Let's just begin. So the Ayatollah has passed away. I haven't had a chance to go out and check. I'll be honest. Polls are like really do not care about anything going on in the Middle East. They are very secluded. They only care if something directly affects them, which is not always the case. So they don't really care most of the time. It is sad, I know, but whatever. Anyway, let's just begin. It's like Sundays are slow. The best days are Saturdays if you want new people. Sundays, everyone is miserable for the upcoming Monday. I know, right? Jesus fuck. Again. So recently there have been pro Ayatollah protests. So our dear yes, Indians don't really care. Friday evening is the best feeling. I should probably then start streaming on Friday evenings as well. Anyway, so like they have slowed internet speed in Kashmir again. Jesus Christ, when will these guys get their shit together? I don't understand. The fuck is wrong with the Indian government in Kashmir? Like, you can't hate them enough, seriously. The Indian government in Kashmir is such a fucking disaster. I just sometimes can't. No, Indians... hey, Kialoji, Pakistan and Indian Muslims not taking it well? I'm not really sure. Like, I'm not sure. Like, some of them are pro, some of them are against. No one understands the situation that is actually happening and how it is going to affect the overall situation in Iran. People in Pakistan are more or less busy with their own fight with Afghanistan. Whether or not it was a ploy to... I'm sorry, excuse me. Whether or not it was to isolate Iran when America attacked Iran, I have no idea. Pakistani Muslims, I don't think they care too much because of their government is going against Afghanistan right now, and that's their focus. Plus, they themselves are oppressed, and the information coming out is not very nice. I used to have Pakistani contacts. I have yet to speak to them on how they feel about it. I can check right now if they have any Twitter activity on there, but that is going to be just like 1 or 2 people for now. Indian Muslims do care. They cared about the Ayatollah. They were upset that he was killed. The issue... The US Consulate Karachi was ready today? Okay. The issue with Indian Muslims is whenever they say something, they are oppressed. So I think most of them do not want to talk about it. We have had protests in Kashmir that are pro-Ayatollah. But again, they are being suppressed over there. Capitalism making us hate even Sundays along with Mondays? Yes, that is true. I have a... Sorry, I'm on this screen, main screen. I have a life hack for this where I, like, since birth, I don't consider Sunday as like the last day of the week. I just consider it as the first day of the. Hey, Bliss, how you doing? I just consider it as like the first day of the week, the Sunday. So like I I end my week with a Saturday off, not like working for a Monday. No, why are you sorry? It's fine. It actually helps. I'm not joking. It really does help. Getting my brain right. If I'm like, okay, my week has started like on a Sunday today. I have to start working kind of right now, but I can like take it easily on the start of the day because it's Sunday and Monday. Then, oh, it's the second day. I'm just going to work or doing something related to work. Like I have a meeting tomorrow. So like get to the meeting. Yeah, Sunday evenings felt worse when we were all in school. That is true. So see, that's why I never end my week on a Sunday. I end my week on a Saturday. Like this is the most utterly stupid advice ever given by anyone. That shit is not going to change anything whatsoever. The thing I can tell you as much is if you get your mindset to the point where your week starts on a Sunday, you will be far more happier. I can assure you as much because Mondays won't feel that bad. Hate to say, but asset management business will probably boon for me soon. Yes, it will be a boon for you if you work with Gaza. Like Iran, the regime is not falling, so it's going to be whatever for you. If you're buying land in Gaza, then maybe. But please don't do it. That's just blood money at this point. Like Iran, on the other hand, is Iran. Dubai got hit, so there are queries on Singapore family office. Really? Damn. You have got queries already? I'd never thought they would. But the Netanyahu rumors were false. Yes, I know, it was sad. Big if true. But he's in Germany, by the way. He's literally in Germany. I don't know why your message is not showing. Wultaraki, are you following? If you're not following, I think that's the issue. Because I can't see your message anywhere on the screen. I can see your message on the other chat. So there's something wrong with this chat. Jesus Christ. Yeah, his wife and child are in Florida. Bliss, if you can check on YouTube why Wultraki's chat is not showing. I don't know, maybe something wrong with stream. Yeah. Satanyahu. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Satanyahu is a fucking dickhead. Come on. Hold on, why is this not showing? Like Stream Ninja is kind of shit most of the time. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's why. Maybe now it will show. Can you text something again, please? No, it's not showing me for me. Gold prices will be interesting also. Yes, gold price will be extremely interesting, especially with what is going to happen with oil. We'll just... Yeah, streaming is lonely. Yo, oh, perfect. I can see you. I can see you, my friend. I can see you. Gold prices are going to be extremely high from now because oil is basically going to shut off. Streaming is lonely. Guys, don't get me wrong. Yeah, did you change your name again? Yes, I know you were in the space. Streaming is lonely because you have to do a lot of this shit alone because I have been working for the past, how much? 4 hours at least on collecting information for you. That's why I joined the space. Like I have, like, this is not Sham's Sharma show stream, guys. This is not a beer bicep stream, guys. I have to work. I can't just be like, बाल पीछे करे आ गया मैं stream करने. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, no, sure. Also, like, I have to do, like, I have to say something for getting followed. I just like to be very clear. I have to, like, you guys are my friends, but I need more followers. It's like, yeah, Beerbass is the most NPC person out there. Like, imagine him streaming something. Do you think he can speak without a teleprompter? He takes a lot from our dear Prime Minister. Like, come on. Sham Sharma ka secular pranama lol. Guys, if I wish I was grifting to the right, I swear to you, I would not have to prepare for even one stream. The shit that I like, just questioning why gold prices will be interesting. Like Caseology has asked, I had to do a lot of reading before. Fucking hell. I go through like for every news article I show you, I have read at least 3 more around this topic and checked which one is the best one. I'm not joking. This is my daily before stream practice. Get up at like 7 or 8 or whatever, walk dog, come back, start working on how much research that needs to be done. And if I can't find anything, I ask Bliss and she sends me shit. I am not joking. That's like the everyday grind before streams. We'll have interesting footage from the Red Sea near Yemen pretty soon again. We will see. We will see because the Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. And it's going like, it is going to fuck over India. Like, I am sorry. This is going to fuck over India badly. We are like, what, 40% depend, like, what, no, 60% of oil comes from that strait. Indian oil prices are going to soar. Especially why Indians should not be supporting Israel in this scenario, but they are anyway. So fucking idiotic. Jesus Christ. Like, but good. Like, I have no choice but to buy from US. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. Because like if they have controlled Venezuelan oil, now they're controlling Middle East. Like most of the Middle East countries are under vassals of the US, like Iraq right now, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, whatever. Every time you see like if there is a US base, it is a vassal country. And for especially, this is going to be disastrous for China. Disastrous for China. It imports nearly all of its oil. Disastrous for Japan, but Japan doesn't really matter because Japan is already a vassal country. And disastrous for India because it also gets a lot of its oil from Iran. Like, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. We are going to suffer so badly. I'm sorry, I do not know about Singapore or Indonesia. They are probably going to suffer as well because I think you guys also get a lot of oil from these places. Do you think Russia will be pissed because oil prices do? Their oil, why would they be pissed? Their oil prices are going to soar. Like imagine like Russian oil being sold at like triple the price because you can't get oil from the strait anymore. For Asia, Russia becomes the only supplier of oil overall. Yes, I heard Paramount now, like, don't even say Paramount. Like Trump government and Jews own like most of media right now. Israelis, Zionists own, sorry, not even Jews. Sorry, that was like Zionists own most of it. We are tax and asset haven, so we'll probably would survive from money-seeking sanctuaries. Maybe. See, they fuck over everyone. I would say that's American oil now. Venezuelan oil is getting like, see, it's not the issue that Venezuelan oil is not available anymore. Chevron is selling it, which is a bad thing, let's be honest. But it's like you can't avoid US international hegemony. You have to listen to US if you want oil, if Iran goes under. Like you have to listen to US. We don't know that. Maybe not. Like Iran is no joke. War has no winners. War has one. Oh, no. Worldwide, war has only one winner. And that one winner is the international rich people who are funding the war. Like the capitalist group is the only winner here. We already have too many British petroleum stations in India right now. Yes, you do. That is true. See, but distribution and buying bulk is two different things. I would argue. Iranian oil is still one of the reasons why the oil prices are still low. If everything goes under the US, if you listen to the US, yes, that's when you get oil. Or if you don't listen to the US, they do what they did to Cuba. That is what is happening right now. They are basically they want to starve the world from oil. And you know why this is happening? Because America is losing its ability to sanction other countries. It is true. After the petro-dollar deal has lapsed, it was not renewed under Biden. By 2030 or 2032, because the US is going to lose its sanctioning power, they are saying like, oh, like it's going to happen in 5 years. I'm thinking it's going to a little bit longer, but US is losing its sanctioning power for the government. That is a big problem for the US. And because of which they are trying to control the oil reserves all over again. British Petroleum is the one of the Recep Pahlavi to power in Iran, by the way. Yes, that is true. Silence of Modi is pathetic. He's normally always pathetic. Also, guys, if you're new here, please do subscribe, do like, and do share. We had like a recent influx of Sangis. If you go to the chats of other streams, you will see a ton of Sangis disliking, not even watching the damn videos. This is why we need you to please share the stream and subscribe. Do check again if you subscribe. Hype if you can. I don't know if that's available to you or available to me. I don't know. But hype if you can. If we want to survive, we need to come together. Mostly because Sangis. This was going to happen eventually. But again, we have a lot new followers these days, so which is nice. We still have like, we have grown quite a bit recently, so which is nice. Sangi is someone who supports the RSS. Like the Rashtriya Seva, like what? Hold on. Fucking hell, I forgot how to say RSS. Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, sorry. So anyone who follower of the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, which is extrajudicial military organization, is a Sanghi. They are like India, basically Indian Zionists, yes. They are Indian Zionists. They want Indian nationalism. Indian nationalism, not just that, Hindutva nationalism, where they want to eliminate any form of opposition towards the goal of having a Muslim and caste-free country. That is what they want at the end of the day. They want to either oppress or just unalive every single person. Happiness index is a good measure for countries' development. Yeah, I think so too. They are running PR ki India is the safest country. Yes, I saw that. Fucking hell. Like, yahan pe, you don't get bombed. You get like flyover ka patthar right up your head. This is the kind of safety that they are looking for, I guess. Anyway, so we have had like a lot of Sangis run down, trying to run down our streams. I'm like, they have like, I'm just getting blasted with Sangi like comments right now. It's annoying. Thank God we stream. Thank God we stream because like back end, I don't really give a shit. Like how like comments or whatever, I don't really give a shit. It doesn't matter to us how good the videos do afterwards. But getting the name out is far more important. Getting people into the stream is far more important. And leaving a like, especially leaving a like and sharing if you're already subscribed. And if you're not, please subscribe. Check again. 50% of our viewers, as I don't know, every single person says it, but it is true. Every single person is saying this. It is true that 50% viewers are not subscribed. One is far safer in Iran now that they are in India anytime. Yes, argumentative. I can argue on that back and forth, but yes, that is true. India is not safer, but India is safer if you're like a UC Brahmin. If you're a rich UC Brahmin that doesn't need to go out too much, that doesn't need to like drive under flyovers, you are more safer. The worst is the minorities. Iran doesn't have that. Iran, surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, for a country that has been bombed so much by Israel for like literally no reason, Iran is extremely neat, clean, and developed. Also, guys, please drop a like on the stream if you haven't. Check if you have also liked it or not. If you are not on the Discord, I would tell you to be on the Discord. We have a Discord for people like you and me, that we can talk nicely and calmly, and it's a safe space for the LGBTQ. If you want to be part, all you have to do is click on the link. There is no money, there is no monetary whatever. You can just come in. There's no reason for you. There is no payment. All you need is a Discord account. And mostly because that is Discord policy. Anyway, let's just begin. We are actually going, first of all, we are going to watch the news coverage. What is this? The stream boothing. Yeah, this is Queer Biceps. Oh, me. Oh, yeah, I am Queer Biceps. Nice. Anyway, the point here is we are going to watch Ravi Sharma. I wanted to show you like the original videos, but sadly where I am, they got banned. I can't access those videos anymore. So we are just going to watch Ravi Sharma. Guys, if you do not speak Hindi, drop me a text right now. I'll start translating. If you do speak, if there is no one that I need to translate for, I will stop for now. Yeah, cool. No worries. If you have math boards, if you want some advice, hit me up.
सुप्रीम लीडर आयतुल्लाह सैयद अली हुसैनी खामेनेई की हत्या कर दी है।
I just wonder why the names are so long.
हमले के पहले ही दिन इसकी खबर आ गई थी, मगर तब इसकी पुष्टि नहीं हुई। अब ईरान की तरफ से भी इसकी पुष्टि कर दी गई है कि खामेनेई शहीद हो गए हैं।
I don't even think we are gonna have it because Oman airspace are closed. Like your boards. Maybe are you giving boards from some other country? I guess maybe makes sense.
उनके सम्मान में 40 दिनों का राष्ट्रीय शोक घोषित किया गया है और 7 दिनों का राष्ट्रीय अवकाश भी।
Okay. No, I don't think it's safe for you to have the boards right now. I think they're going to cancel. But you never know. Indian government and like Indian management of this thing is shit.
एक बार फिर से बर्बादी के दरवाजे पर खड़ी कर दी गई है और दुनिया भर के ग्लोबल लीडर, लोकल लीडर की तरह ट्रंप।
Oh, yeah, that's a fuck ass thing. No, I'm so sorry. Bye. Keep us updated if you're safe on the group. Like, it is important. It is important. We keep tabs on our people. Drop a text once in a while just to make sure it's safe. I don't know what DC is. Like, are you in Washington, DC? Bro, I have no, like, if you use short forms, yeah, I know you're in Discord. So that's what I'm saying. Like, drop a text either like every few hours just to make sure that you're safe. And if there is something we can do to help in case some shit goes wrong. I have other people as well that are in the Gulf right now that are currently under threat. Jesus, how many people I know are in the Gulf? It's just a bit too much.
और नेतन्याहू के आगे बीन बजा रहे हैं। इस्फहान की सड़कों पर ईरान की जनता का यह हुजूम।
So I can't really watch this video because it's banned.
नक्शे जहां चौक पर अपने सुप्रीम लीडर की शहादत के बाद ईरान के लोग बाहर आकर मातम मना रहे हैं। उन्हें इसका खौफ नहीं कि हमला चल रहा है, अमेरिका और इस्राइल बमबारी कर सकते हैं। वे मातम में भी अपनी बहादुरी और जज्बे का इस तरह प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। मजहब के मेटाफर को समझने वाले कहते हैं।
Yes, this video is banned in the EU. Check the Discord. I showed the message on Discord.
करबला के बाद यह 21वीं सदी की करबला है, उस दर्जे की शहादत है। अपनी शहादत देकर खामेनेई शहीदों में अव्वल हो गए। शिया जगत के सांस्कृतिक।
Yes, it is banned in the EU. Check the Discord. I have sent the message. The original video of this is banned.
और राजनीतिक जीवन में इमोशन को आप नकार नहीं सकते। करबला में हुसैन की शहादत को आज भी मुहर्रम के समय दुनिया भर में जिया जाता है। उनकी शहादत के एक एक पल को याद किया जाता है और लोग गम के आंसू
Not Ravish, the RT video. Yeah, exactly. Ravish is how I know this video exists. Yeah, he'll be banned soon in EU as well. Yeah, the censorship is crazy. Like, the censorship comes from you know which country that is bombing the other country.
बहाते हैं, अफसोस करते हैं। शियाओं के लिए हुसैन से प्यारा कोई नहीं, लेकिन खामेनेई शहादत की हर चर्चा में अब शान से शामिल किए जाएंगे। कुछ महीने पहले कहा जाने लगा कि खामेनेई अपनी जान बचाने के लिए मॉस्को भाग सकते हैं, लेकिन जानकार कहते हैं कि खामेनेई हमेशा से जानते थे उन्हें ईरान में ही शहीद होना है और ईरान में ही शहीद हुए। इसके पहले तक वे ईरान में कल्ट फिगर बन गए थे, मगर अब दुनिया भर के शियाओं के लिए सबसे बड़ा चेहरा बन गए हैं। 37 साल ईरान की राजनीति, समाज, कूटनीति को गढ़ने और संवारने वाले 86 साल के खामेनेई अमेरिका के विरोध में खड़े दुनिया के सबसे बड़े नेता थे। ईरान के तस्नीम न्यूज़ ने यह भी बताया कि अमेरिका और इसराइल के हमले में खामेनेई की बेटी, दामाद और नाती भी शहीद हो गए। बहू के मारे जाने की भी खबर है। उनके साथ ही खामेनेई के प्रमुख सलाहकार अली शमखानी और कुछ दूसरे बड़े नेताओं की भी हत्या कर दी गई। ईरान में नए सुप्रीम लीडर की तैयारी शुरू हो गई।
Feels like EU is dehumanizing millions of people. Yes. It is also demonizing some of them. Like, you have to understand, the European Union is still controlled more or less by the America. Especially when it comes to this. They do not have direct control of, like Americans do, America generally, or US policy does not have direct control on like the social security or like the freedom of me to speak out. But it does have control on shit like this, like what can be shown on the internet by news organizations. But that is where they limit it.
हो गई है।
In a way, that's
88
good.
सदस्यों का
Hold
एक
on, my
पैनल
camera
है
needs to
जिसे
be like-
असेंबली ऑफ एक्सपर्ट कहा जाता है। हर 8 साल पर इस पैनल के सदस्यों का चुनाव होता है और इसमें केवल शिया धार्मिक गुरु सदस्य होते हैं। वहां का संविधान कहता है कि असेंबली ऑफ एक्सपर्ट जल्द से जल्द सुप्रीम लीडर का चुनाव करेगा और तब तक लीडरशिप काउंसिल नेतृत्व संभालेगा। खामेनेई के 56 साल के बेटे मुस्तफा खामेनेई का नाम आता रहता है।
He's whatever you feel, he's not going to be the next Ayatollah. He's not going to be the next Ayatollah, mostly because succession within the Ayatollah is very much frowned upon.
लेकिन वे कभी किसी सरकारी पद पर नहीं रहे। पिछले साल जब
Like, Iran is extremely anti-nepotism. And that comes from the Quran, I guess, because if I'm not wrong, please, if you are someone who knows more than me on this subject, please correct me. Sharia law, just like during Muhammad's reign, when Muhammad was there, Sharia was basically saying like after his death, his children should not get become the next Muhammad. It's the cousin or something was a Muhammad. That's what Sharia was. So that's when nepotism is not really practiced within Iran. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be very wrong, but this is what I was able to gather, or maybe I'm confusing something. I am not a religious leader or anyone that knows too much about like Islam in general. So
अमेरिका और इसराइल ने ईरान पर हमला किया, तब खामेनेई ने ही नए उत्तराधिकारी के लिए 3 नाम सुझाए। उनकी पहचान सार्वजनिक नहीं की गई। ईरान की संसद के स्पीकर ने अमेरिका और इसराइल के नेताओं को क्रिमिनल कहा है और कहा है कि इन्हें सबक सिखाया जाएगा। स्पीकर ने टीवी पर आकर बयान दिया है कि अमेरिका और इसराइल ने रेड लाइन क्रॉस कर दी और अब उन्हें कीमत चुकानी होगी। क्या ट्रंप को पता है उन्होंने क्या किया है?
Trump, I don't think he has an idea, because Trump, for most parts, thinks of this. He's playing a video game, or there is like sensational TV happening. That's why he watches all of this not from Washington. He watches all of this from Mar-a-Lago. I'm not even joking.
नहीं केवल ईरान के सुप्रीम लीडर नहीं थे, भारत से लेकर मध्य पूर्व के सभी देशों में शिया आबादी है। इराक, सीरिया, लेबनान की शिया आबादी में फिर से अमेरिका के खिलाफ गोलबंदी शुरू हो सकती है, उससे लड़ने का जज्बा पैदा हो सकता है। इसीलिए ईरान ने सऊदी अरब, कतर, संयुक्त अरब अमीरात, बहरीन सब पर हमला किया और दिखा रहा है कि वह इन देशों पर हमला कर सकता है। भारत में लखनऊ से लेकर कश्मीर तक में फैली शिया आबादी भी उद्वेलित हो गई है। कश्मीर में जगह जगह पर बड़े बड़े प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं। रमजान के महीने में शिया के सबसे बड़े धार्मिक गुरु को मारकर अमेरिका ने आने वाले समय में बड़ी लड़ाई का बीज आज ही बो दिया। जिस वक्त शिया और सुन्नी जगत रोजे के संयम में डूबा हुआ है, उसी वक्त इतने बड़े धार्मिक गुरु की हत्या कर रमजान की पवित्रता को भी भंग किया गया। गजा के समय संयुक्त राष्ट्र तक में मामला गया था कि इस्राइल रमजान के महीने में कम से कम वहां नरसंहार ना करे, मगर दोबारा यही दोहराया गया। CNN में रिपोर्ट छपी है कि कैसे यह हमला यहूदी धर्म की कहानियों के अनुरूप है। अमेरिका के मीडिया का एक बड़ा हिस्सा ईरान पर हमले को इस वजह से सही ठहरा रहा है और धार्मिक रूप दे रहा है। तो इस बात को भी नोट कीजिए, अमेरिका की मीडिया को पता है कि धर्म की दुकान चलेगी तो उनका सामान हर दिन बिकेगा और इसे ईसाई बनाम, यहूदी बनाम इस्लाम का रूप दिया जाएगा और फिर नैरेटिव बनाने की कोशिश होगी। याद रखना चाहिए, अमेरिकी मीडिया ने गजा के नरसंहार पर कैसे इस्राइल का साथ दिया।
I wonder if I can ever speak as eloquently as him. I understand that he's reading off a teleprompter. I understand it's a written speech, but still.
खामेनेई की हत्या को अगर इस्राइल के त्योहार से जोड़ा जाएगा तो शिया जगत भी उनकी शहादत को अपने मजहब का चेहरा बनाएगा। एक तरह से खामेनेई की हत्या सुन्नी देशों के लिए भी चुनौती बन सकती है। भविष्य में शिया और सुन्नी की एकता की कोई भी बात इससे परखी जाएगी कि शियाओं के सबसे बड़े धर्मगुरु की हत्या हुई तो क्या सुन्नी जगत ने शियाओं का साथ दिया, ट्रंप की निंदा की। गजा और ईरान पर इस्राइल के हमले का मुकाबला करने के लिए शिया और सुन्नी की एकजुटता की बात करने लगा था ईरान। अब ईरान कहेगा कि हमने फिलिस्तीन के लिए खुद को दांव पर लगाया, सुप्रीम लीडर ने शहादत दी और आप सभी कहां खड़े थे, किसके साथ खड़े थे। ईरान ने एक बड़ी लकीर आज खींच दी। अगर आप इसे नैरेटिव और रेटरिक के हिसाब से समझें तो ईरान अब सुन्नी देशों पर यानी अरब देशों पर भारी पड़ जाएगा। ईरान के सरकारी टीवी ने कहा है कि खामेनेई की हत्या दफ्तर में हुई, वे हमेशा ही अपने देश के लोगों के साथ खड़े रहे, मोर्चे पर आगे जाने की जिम्मेदारी उठाई और दुनिया के अहंकार का मुकाबला करते रहे। यह मामूली बात नहीं है। खामेनेई को अच्छी तरह मालूम था कि अमेरिका और इस्राइल उसके टॉप लीडरशिप को खत्म करना चाहते हैं और उनके पास उनके दफ्तरों और ठिकानों पर पहुंचने की क्षमता है। इसके बाद भी खामेनेई अपने दफ्तर में मौजूद रहे, किसी गुप्त ठिकाने पर नहीं गए। खामेनेई की हत्या दुनिया के लिए बहुत बड़ी घटना है। ट्रंप ने खामेनेई की हत्या पर अमेरिका को संबोधित नहीं किया, जैसा कि ऐसे मामलों में अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति करते रहे हैं। हमले के वक्त वे व्हाइट हाउस में भी नहीं थे, अपने प्राइवेट आवास मारालागो के क्लब में पैसे
Yeah, like he is in Mar-a-Lago. The wife and son of Netanyahu is in Florida. Sorry, Miami to be precise, where Mar-a-Lago is. And the Benjamin Netanyahu himself is in Germany. Germany is supposed to arrest him. None of these scared little pieces of shits are even in the country that is attacking and responsible for attacking Iran.
जुटाने की पार्टी में व्यस्त थे और गॉड ब्लेस अमेरिका की धुन पर डांस कर रहे थे। उसके बीच से ट्रंप ने बताया खामेनेई को मार दिया गया है। आपको याद होगा, ओसामा बिन लादेन की हत्या के बाद अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति बराक ओबामा ने टीवी पर आकर देश को संबोधित किया था। ट्रंप ने टीवी पर संबोधन नहीं किया। खामेनेई को दुर्दांत और दुनिया का सबसे बुरा व्यक्ति कहने के बाद भी टीवी पर नहीं आए। लिखा हुआ संदेश जारी कर दिया कि खामेनेई हमारे एडवांस खुफिया ट्रैकिंग सिस्टम से खुद को बचा नहीं पाए। हम इस्राइल के साथ काम कर रहे थे और खामेनेई या उनके साथ मारे गए।
Honestly, Khamenei is not the most evil person in the history. The most evil person is Netanyahu. I'm sorry, like that is just the truth here.
ईरान के लोगों के पास अपने देश को फिर से अपने हाथों में लेने का यह सबसे बड़ा मौका है। हम सुन रहे हैं कि ईरान के कई रेवोल्यूशनरी गार्ड्स, उनकी सेना और अन्य सुरक्षा बल और पुलिस लड़ना नहीं चाहती, हमसे माफी चाहती है। जैसा कि मैं कह चुका हूं, इस समय उन्हें संरक्षण मिल सकता है, लेकिन बाद में सिर्फ मौत मिलेगी। हमें उम्मीद है ईरान के गार्ड्स और पुलिस ईरान के देशभक्तों के साथ मिल जाएंगे और फिर से ईरान को महान बनाएंगे। यह प्रक्रिया जल्द शुरू होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि एक ही दिन में न सिर्फ खामेनेई की हत्या हुई, बल्कि पूरा देश बड़े पैमाने पर बर्बाद कर दिया गया है। यहां तक कि सफाया हो चुका है। आने वाले एक हफ्ते तक लगातार भारी बमबारी जारी रहेगी, या तब तक जब तक कि मिडिल ईस्ट और पूरे विश्व में शांति स्थापित करने का हमारा उद्देश्य पूरा नहीं हो जाता। ट्रंप की इस घोषणा के बाद भी ईरान की एक अर्ध सरकारी मीडिया तस्नीम न्यूज ने खामेनेई की शहादत की घोषणा की। उसके बाद इस तरह के दावे खत्म हो गए कि खामेनेई अभी जिंदा हैं। ईरान और दुनिया भर में मातम शुरू हो गया। ट्रंप ने कहा कि खामेनेई की हत्या ईरान के लोगों के साथ न्याय है। अमेरिका और उन लोगों
It is not. It is not. I'll tell you exactly why it's not. It is not nyay for the people, because what happened with Iraq? American troops used the. I don't want to say the word. Sorry. Okay. American troops used feminism and protecting the women of Iraq as an excuse. Overthrew the government and were responsible for mass rape of the women there. The entire system after America left went into disarray because of America. The reason why Afghanistan has Taliban right now is because Taliban was funded and operated from America and Israel, because they wanted to do a regime change before the earlier regime was secular. Don't tell me that America getting into Iran is a good thing for Iranian women, is a good thing for the Iranian people. It is not.
लोगों के प्रति न्याय है, जिनके लोगों को खामेनेई ने मारा। ट्रंप ने कहा कि अब ईरान के लोगों के लिए एक नया मौका आया है, मगर ईरान पर बमबारी लंबी चल सकती है जब तक कि मध्य पूर्व में शांति बहाल का लक्ष्य पूरा नहीं होगा। पिछले एक साल का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखिए। ईरान ने पहले हमला कभी नहीं किया।
They did this in Afghanistan too, about saving Afghan women. Exactly. They did it too every time. See, every time a colonial country wants to invade another, they talk about women. What is Pakistan talking about right now? Hold on. Let me just pull up the video quickly. Okay, this was 4 days ago. Where is the video? I'll find it. You watch this until this. Where is the photo of he dead? He is alive. I'm sorry, he's not alive. Multiple, like, Iranian government has said so as well, that Khamenei has died. That is something. Also, Innocent Tariff, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe, leave a like if you can. Why is your message again not... there is another message. That is the another message. The US invasion of Afghanistan, a 2-decade disaster. That is exactly true. It was a disaster because America should not have invaded in the first place. They replaced a secular government in Afghanistan to gain power over there. Also, Innocent Arif, I'm sorry, there's not going to be a picture of him. There are multiple AI pictures, don't believe any of them. We are going by what the Iranian state media has said. They have released a video of saying, like, the news media of Iran is like, he's passed away. That's what we are going more from here. If he gets resurrected, quote, end quote, in like 2 or 3 days, I'm like, that is, I would say I predicted it already last stream on the Discord server. But for now, we are assuming that he has passed away, and we are operating on that information, because that information is what we have. We can't just assume that someone is alive when their own state media is saying they have passed away. It would be better for, like, the stability of Iran if Khamenei has not died. But again, can't speculate on that based on that information. How Arab countries and its people view this attack? They hate it. They hate it. They hate it because Arab countries' borders are being invaded. Like Iran is a Arab country. uh, I'm not talking about like Qatar. All like there is like two factions here. One is the vassal states of America, like Qatar, Bahrain, even Iraq to an extent. Bite, what's bite? I don't know, Newman. What you're like? All of these people are like pro this attack because again they are vassal states of America. They will do as America says. They'll bomb their own people if America and Israel say so. So asking them is kind of pointless. We need to see what other Arabs are saying, what the Kurds are saying. Kurds do not like this attack. We need to see what Iranians are saying. Iranians also don't like this attack. I am sure that like the resistance movement in Iran against the Ayatollah is diminished extensively because of this attack. You cannot expect a bomb people and say like, oh, now you go get your freedom because we have damaged like the top. That is not how it works. This attack was a failure by US and Israel because Israel like just wants to immediately take over like entirety of the Middle East. Also guys, if you are not subscribed, please do subscribe. If you are here and you have already subscribed, leave a like, share, comment, whatever. We need the traction. Iran is not an Arab country. It has its own rich, sophisticated culture. Huh? It is an Arab country. What are we talking about? Yes, we are going to have an economic struggle in India for the next few months, mostly because of the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, because we are not going to have oil, which is very important. The oil prices are already really high. They are going to triple in cost, mostly because we should have been supporting Iran in this scenario. Iranians are not Arabs. What are you talking about? That's news to me. Oh, okay. West, oh, 60% are Persians. Okay. Okay. I get it. I'm sorry, that was my bad. Yes, Iranian people deserve freedom. Iranian people deserve freedom, but the freedom should not come from another oppressive country. I swear, I would desperately want Iranians to get their freedom. The issue is if America is involved in here, they are not going to get their freedom. The freedom for Iranians also comes at from this thing that they need to own their own resources afterwards. What is the point of Iranian country that has sold off all of its assets that can enrich the lives of its people to America? If the current regime falls, and it should fall, like the current regime is authoritarian, but if it falls and the regime changes to Pahlavi and goes to America, it is going to fuck over Iran. This is what happened with Iraq. Chevron is going to take all of their oil resources. People need to understand that this is not a good thing. Also, hi Mona Lisa. If you're new here, please do like, share, and subscribe. Moon Alisa. That's a nice name. Please do subscribe. It would be nice to have you around. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Arabs aren't. Yeah, I understand. I was thinking of some of my Iranian friends are like, oh, they're Arabs. But okay. I still can't believe it. How can they eliminate him so easily? Is Iran playing some kind of a game? There is no evidence yet. No, Iran is not playing. I don't believe there is some kind of a game here. I mean, he was 86 years old. My man was 86 years old. He would have died to a cough. Like it's not like he had like next 50 years reigning again. Don't fret about too much about it. I know a lot of people love him. He did what he could, I guess. But I think Iranian regime of Ayatollah is not that weak that it's going to fall immediately. It's like when like I guess I kind of understand my partner kind of cried when like the Pope died. Man has been in power longer than most people have been alive. Exactly. I mean, he's like old. So I'm not going to be too optimistic about him surviving for too long if I was within the regime. Like, he has had people that are bound to replace him. There are like 3 or 4 candidates right now. That is, so it's not that unfounded that this person has passed away. Like, may Allah protect his soul. That's all I can say. Anyway, let's go back to this. I'm half Iranian, half Italian. I hope I have to go to Iran without being afraid of the Bashi. I hope that too. Someday, inshallah. That will happen someday. I'm sorry to say that is not happening with like the US invasion of Iran. That has like it. If US was such a good country for all of this shit, Iraq would have been the most secular place on the planet. It is not. I have a Kurdish friend from there. He still suffers. His friend was killed because of the current regime in Iraq. Willingly or unwillingly, don't you think all Arab nations and India and Pakistan are on board with this? They know it beforehand. Certainly Modi is anti-Muslim, but he seems to be, he's compromised. He is compromised. Okay, again, main screen. Is the thing with willingly or unwillingly is because most of these Arab countries, again, sorry for the Iran thing, most of these Arab countries come under the international US hegemony and they can't really say anything. They don't have the spine to say anything. That's the reason why India keeps sucking up to Modi. Modi keeps sucking up to Israel. Because they don't have the spine. India wants to get close to America. So America does not put cases and prosecution on the corruption that Adani and Ambani do. So for that not to be the case, what these guys are doing, so he sucks up to Israel, hoping that Israel will go back to US and tell him that please don't do this, they are our friends. That's how he's compromised. That is exactly how Erdogan from Turkey is compromised as well. I am not joking. I have had an Iranian Bahi friend. She was a bit weird, not gonna lie, about palace. It's complicated. It is very complicated. Let's like at this point. Oh, hello, Tanya Kiczynski. Are you Polish? That's cool if you are. Kaczynski. Are you from mainland Poland or are you like a Polish who's not in Poland? Also, do like, share, and subscribe if you can. Thank you very much. I mean, Iranians are weird about like there is so much like bifurcation between different kinds of Iranian populations. It's like Iran is like not as nearly, but as nearly as diverse as India is. Like people don't realize this. Iran has multiple different sects, even though they come under the title of Muslim, but they still have Christians, they still have different kinds of Muslims. Regional Muslims vary. Like it is not as homogeneous as people think it is. That's why like people's outlook on what Palestine issue is, what Israeli issue is, that it differs. You can't blame the people. Right now they are under attack, so it's just very hard to even say that. Kaczynski. Kaczynski. Oh yeah, so we'll get to it. India is doing its own apartheid against Indian Muslims and caste, lower caste people. It is going to happen. Hold on. I just need to make hold on. Guys, hold on. I just need to do some really quick texting because Kaczynski, are you American, Tanya? Taina? Uh, Are you American, by the way? Oh, that's true since the PM is siding with Israel. Hell, no, 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 not just that, not just that, not just that. Not just that the prime minister is siding with Israel. The issue here is that the Indian prime minister has gotten the votes and has been in power on an anti-Muslim rhetoric. He has been in power by Islamophobia. His entire chief ministers and the people that he sides with and people who that side with him are constantly, and I'm not just joking about this, constantly during election rallies, during all of whenever he is out there speaking to public, will hate on Muslims, will talk about shooting them, killing them, threatening them. The chief minister of Assam, Hemant Biswa Sharma, went out with a video that he's like shooting Muslim families, like dropping them dead, like basically Nazi propaganda that is going on. Then he'll talk about how we need to economically starve Muslim populations in India. We'll get to all of it. It's crazy to think that Atal Bihari Vajpayee was a moderate within the BJP. Yes, it is extremely crazy to think that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is the RSS effect. This is the RSS effect. Israel is just because they want to suck up to America. And they find that if you suck up to Israel, America will give you everything. Like, again, Tiana, are you from Poland or are you from America? I'm like, because the next reference is going to sound very weird if you are from America, and I can give you a reference if you are from Poland. That's why I'm asking. I'm not trying to dox you here. Because when Yogi comes to people when Yogi comes, people will call Modi a moderate. Yes, that is so true. Like, Yogi is even worse than most people. Yes, Jesus Christ. Yes, when like Yogi is very bad, and I'm hoping that he doesn't come to power ever at all. Like, ever. Like, that would be the worst thing for India if Yogi ever comes to power to the prime minister. He can't even read Hindi of a teleprompter. Let me be clear. Our current prime minister cannot speak Hindi. At least he can read the teleprompter. This man cannot do even that. Secondly, he's extremely far right. This would have a literal representation of Hitler coming to power. This is not a joke. They said the same thing about it being impossible in Uttar Pradesh as well. Never say impossible when you're talking about a far-right fascist regime. We say it's impossible, it's like a cope for us. It's literally a cope for us at this point. So don't worry. I'm still actually waiting on Kaczynski here. I still want to make that reference. Guy, please. I'm waiting for you because I really want to make that reference. Jesus. Anyway. I have a very good Navrotsky reference. I dislike the dear president way too much. Anyway, fine. I'm not waiting anymore. Let's go back to the video. If you show up, I'll make that reference.
बातचीत को मौका दिया, लेकिन बातचीत को बीच में छोड़कर ईरान पर हमला किसने किया? इस्राइल ने, अमेरिका ने. जब हमला होगा तब ईरान जवाब देगा.
That's what I think if they are like Polish American, because no one says Kaczynski in Poland. It's a chi. That's what I know. I mean, I'm wrong. I asked my partner, but she hasn't replied to me yet.
पता है, ईरान झुकने वाला देश नहीं. ईरान का दावा है कि 27 अमेरिकी सैनिक अड्डों, इस्राइल के मिलिट्री हेडक्वार्टर, तेल अवीव में एक डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री कॉम्प्लेक्स पर हमला किया गया है. ट्रंप के बयानों से लगता है कि उन्हें पता नहीं कि ईरान पर हमला क्यों किया गया. कभी ईरान की जनता.
Okay, so you're Polish. Oh, okay. So by the way, Navrotsky is like the same thing as what like Modi is doing right now. Navrotsky is annoying. He sucks up to Trump every step of the way. I don't know why. I don't know why they're forcing Ukrainians out of the country. He keeps giving speeches on how we need to reduce like Ukrainians getting support through the system in Poland. It like Ukrainians need the support. They really do. They are getting invaded, but Trump is saying like, "Oh, we can't have this." Isn't he aware of things like BRICS? Who? Modi? He is. He is. So okay. Back to main screen. This is important again. The thing with BRICS is Modi has been a basic saya for BRICS. BRICS wanted to start its own currency. Modi killed it. BRICS wanted more influence in the area. Modi killed it on the demand of the US president, because the US president threatens his favorite industrialists, Adani and Ambani, and Modi just goes on doing whatever the US wants wherever. Again, India getting kicked out of BRICS, as Bliss is saying, would be a boon for BRICS. Like seriously, as long as Modi is like Western mole in BRICS, they can't trust India. They really cannot trust India to do anything. I am sorry. Also, I'm still thinking. Hold on, let me just mute this. Hold on, guys. Hold. Kohania. Jesus. Okay. I am still thinking of how to spell that. Sorry, I am getting derailed here. Jesus. Oh, my wife is on the. Forget it. Forget it. My wife is on the walk with the dog. Anyway. Please do follow Kaczynski. It would be nice to have you around. Someone I can practice my Polish with from time to time. I am supposed to learn it. I'm being very serious. It would be nice to have you around. Anyway, let's go back to the main.
से कहते हैं सरकार गिरा दें, कभी उसी ईरान से कहते हैं ऐसा हमला करेंगे जो पहले कभी देखा नहीं गया। ट्रंप ने कई बार कहा कि अलग अलग हमलों में ईरान की ज्यादातर लीडरशिप खत्म कर दी गई है, लेकिन उनकी जगह किसने ली इसके बारे में नहीं कहते। उन्हें पता है ईरान में एक लीडर की हत्या होती है तो सेना से लेकर सरकार में दूसरा लीडर आ जाता है और पहले की तरफ फैसले लेने लगता है। तमाम विश्लेषणों में यही कहा जा रहा है कि खामेनेई के बाद जो भी आएगा पहले से ज्यादा हमला करेगा और अमेरिका को
Yeah, see, that is true. Because Khamenei, I think he was still a moderate when it comes to everyone else.
जवाब देगा। मतलब एक्सपर्ट
I don't know. Like, I'm not sure that this is actually going to happen, mostly because like the entire what Khamenei was doing was based on. I'll tell you. Give me a second. What Khamenei was doing basically was according to what the regime was doing. He was the leader, but the leaders are not always. So, oh shit, yeah, you don't understand Hindi. So this video is about the death of Khamenei. So I'll translate it because we had like a majority Indian audience. Normally, I asked, no one said that they had a problem with Hindi, but again, I should be more careful. I'll translate it bit by bit. Don't worry about it. If there is English, no. Okay, I'll translate it myself. Don't worry. Please do subscribe. It would be nice.
भी मानते हैं कि खामेनेई की हत्या हुई है मगर ईरान अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है।
So like even Israel is saying that Khamenei has died. He was murdered by Israel. But Iran itself, Iran is not over because a regime change is not going to happen just because you kill the top, because the structure is not authoritarian as people thought initially. The regime may be authoritarian, but he is not the only head. He has already selected multiple candidates to like succeed him in case of his death. Again, he was like 86 years old, guys. He was 86 years old. Like a cough would have killed him.
ईरान की सरकार अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है। शायद इसीलिए भी ट्रंप ने कहा है बमबारी रुकेगी नहीं, जारी रहेगी।
That's why Trump has said and Vance has said that we are going to keep bombing Iran as much as can until the regime changes.
यह अमेरिका के उपराष्ट्रपति हैं जेडी वांस। इन्होंने वॉशिंगटन पोस्ट से कहा कि उन्हें नहीं पता कि ईरान को लेकर
It seems like January 6th time insurrection from the left could save India. Push it. No, 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 no. No, the issue with January 6th time resurrection is that that's what they're going to do if Modi loses. Do you like Modi is a fascist dictator or at least wannabe dictator and a genocidaire? They are not going to give up power so easily. So the thing here is if January 6th, for example, happens, they get killed immediately. It's not America where they are going to get a leeway with like the opposition even with the opposition being in power. They are going to be shot in the head. Like imagine if January 6th happens right now in the US and it is from the Democrats. The Democrats, people who go there will be shot in the head. Trump is not going to be like, we are going to process them judicially. They are not processing like other citizens. Like Americans are getting killed on spot because of ICE. In India, it is a worse situation because the killing is not even done. The killing is not even done by the government. It is done by the paramilitary group known as the RSS, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. Hell no, we are not going to do adventurism in India. Exactly. It is not going to work in India. What saves India is teaching. No, that's why I said from the left, a leftist insurrection. I mean, from the outside of the US, never has really worked, to be honest. It never really has worked. See, if you want to help India right now, on this day, in this day and age, what you need to do is this. You need to start informing people about political ideologies, what it means to be on the left, what it means to be on the right, what are the things that you're losing from being on the right. You need to do a cultural shift. Gramsci's Marxism. Or for a worst example of what it's called, like, what was it? I forgot what Chomsky had said. I don't want to remember it. Sorry, I'm not going to mention Chomsky. Imagine we have a silent emergency going on in India, by the way. Like, I can imagine it. It's going to look as the same as outside. So this is what that needs to be done. India needs to change from the inside, not the outside. Outside change is going to not matter anything whatsoever. Because India has been influenced by outside elements since the beginning. It has not changed the hate within people. It has not, Muslims have not gained acceptance even with the Congress being in power. Because RSS was always toxic, they had to keep it banned, but they did not. As long as things like RSS exist, as long as Hindutva exists, India is never going to be at peace. But to fight that, we have to fight them not by weapons, because weapons are not going to help for a longer sustained movement. You can overthrow the government tomorrow, but what is the point of overthrowing a government tomorrow if all you end up having is like Hindutva 2.0? Yes, NRIs sitting in Australia cheering civilians being killed in Iran. It is fucked up, I know. It is absolutely fucked up. When I say NRIs, it's like non-resident Indians. Indians have a rot in their souls right now, and that needs to be fixed first. Then you can think about like, oh, we have like a movement that comes out and actually pushes forward. India needs to be fixed from the inside, not the outside. And then we can think about everything else. The IRGC stands for Islamic Revolution Guard Corps, and it's over 1,000 strong. There are hundreds of commanders capable of filling the power vacuum. Exactly, yeah. The IRGC is not going to give up just because like you killed the Ayatollah. Yes. Also, if you're new here, please do subscribe to the channel. It would be nice to have you around. Also, do not forget to like. Anyway. So yeah, emergency already going on. New Moon. People are in jail for protest for 6 years without trial. Yes, Umar Khalid requires justice. He's sitting in jail for literally doing nothing. Like they like to the point where they don't even have a case. They literally have him, like his bail hearing is not getting through. Bail hearing. They do not have evidence against Umar Khalid. They do not have evidence against Umar Khalid. He is in jail because they don't want to prosecute him. They are keeping him in jail illegally. Without trial, media brought opposition basically. JNU students are in Tihar now too. Exactly. They are doing their best to harass people, to harass who speak up, because they know as long as they continue doing this, people will never speak up. They are not afraid of a violent revolution. They are afraid of people getting up, speaking the truth, and getting their head straight, understanding what is actually going on. That is what they're afraid of. They are afraid of people having hope. Fascism does not exist in a country with bad laws. Fascism does not exist in a country where the military is starting to become fascist. Fascism does not exist in a country where the rich are getting even richer. Fascism exists in a country where people who can speak up have lost hope about speaking up. That is the only time fascism can thrive. And that is the one thing they are doing in India right now. Anyway, continue.
क्या फैसला करेंगे? वांस कहते हैं कि यह कहना कि मध्य पूर्व में युद्ध करने का मतलब कई साल तक युद्ध में फंस जाना, अब यह बात सही नहीं है। ऐसा अब नहीं होगा। इनका एक 2023 का बयान ट्विटर पर वायरल हो रहा है, जिसमें वे इराक पर हमले की आलोचना कर रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं उस युद्ध में निर्दोष लोग मारे गए, जिनमें इराकी भी थे, अमेरिकन भी। दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी ईसाई आबादी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। $1 ट्रिलियन का खर्चा हुआ। उम्मीद है अमेरिका सबक सीखेगा। हैरानी की बात है कि युद्ध ना करने की इनकी बातों पर अमेरिका के लोगों ने कैसे भरोसा किया, जिनका देश दुनिया भर में युद्ध करता रहता है और युद्ध की तैयारी में रहता है। उस देश में जहां
American economy works on fighting. American economy works on invading other countries. The military complex is only profitable as long as there is a war going on.
रक्षा उत्पादन और सौदे किसी सरकार के काम का बड़ा हिस्सा हैं, वहां पर एक नेता युद्ध के विरोध की बात कर चुनाव जीत गया और फिर युद्ध भी करने लगा।
Like Trump won literally on the anti-war. He was the anti-war candidate in front of Harris. I'm not even joking. That was literally, he was the anti-war candidate. He won on that point.
अमेरिका के लोग जानबूझकर ट्रंप की बातों में उलझते रहे या वाकई उन्हें यकीन था ट्रंप अब दूसरे देशों पर हमला नहीं करेंगे? ईरान, वेनेजुएला की स्थिति में तो नहीं लगता कि खामेनेई के बाद बाकी
Somnus, how do we actually fix the rot you mentioned when legacy media is completely captured and the podcast is meant to be an alternative is now flooded with far right Zionist talking points as well? Where does the legitimacy counter media narrative even exist anymore? Right here, my friend. What do you think this is? Right here. You are part of this always. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually. It took 77 years for RSS to fill up the rot in this country. 77 years for the RSS to incite hatred against people of this country within the people of this country. We just started. We will spread out. Don't worry about it. Talk out loud. Do not be afraid. If you need education on how to talk out loud, on what to speak, we have a Discord server if you want to speak more. We support people who speak more. You'll always have a support in me. You'll always have a support in Discord if you choose to speak out. We have, again, I know people who have started speaking out because of this, even though we were small. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. As long as I exist, as long as me and Bliss are not in Tihar jail, you will at least have us speaking against all this fucking rot every single time. Techno-fascism is the new form of fascism. Yes, that is extremely true. I would argue this is techno-feudalism right now. It is worse. If you want, there's a great video by Yana Varoufakis on, and a great book by him about techno-feudalism. He was the finance minister of Greece. They're currently trying to arrest him for it. Yeah. Anyway, what do you think about Charlie Kirk thing? What exactly? Like, do you think, do I think Israel killed him? I think Israel killed him, but that is only for the meme shit. I don't think Israel actually killed him. Like, he was never going to be anti-Israel. He was going to be eventually, but he was never going to be truly anti-Israel. He had the ear of the president even more than a lot of other people did. He was a very important asset for the Israel lobby. And there is no reason why he would have been killed. They would have just handled him differently. That is what I think. But if you are talking to me like, oh, should Charlie Kirk be the reason why a lot of the MAGA base goes away from the Zionist lobby? Yes. Yes, Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I don't mind saying that at all. I really don't mind saying that at all. I'm just being a bit utilitarian about it. Again, I do not give a shit about Charlie Kirk. Like, We Are Charlie Kirk is a decent song. That is all I give a shit about. His advocacy was horrendous. He was a really bad debater, and he would only go and win debates against people who were not prepared for the debates, like students, people who just come up on the street. He was that kind of a debater. He focused on getting a lot of dunks, and yet within the right, he was a very huge advocate for Israel. He was not going to switch up on Israel no matter how much he chirped about it. He was a very good room reader. He was an excellent room reader. He spoke about Israel when the time was right. He got the followers, and then I think he was going to flip them over back to Israel, saying that we need anti-Semitism in America, but we need pro-Zionism for having to send them off to Israel. Because that is the current anti-Semitic talking point, even if they are not very direct about it. Does this answer your question? I hope so. I think it was just a fortune addict who did it, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, if you are saying like it was a fortune addict, then Israel has more of a hand because of our poll. Like on 4chan. That's what I think too. He was always supportive of Israel. And Tyler disagreed with one of his political views. Yes, Tyler Robinson, I think, was kinda not mentally stable. That he shot that boy. I mean, I'm not going to... Okay, let me just be honest here. I'm not going to feel bad about either of those people. Both were horrendous MAGA supporters. Both were ICE supporters. They are infighting. Have at it. I don't care. Like, at the end of the day, I want something that's better for even people of America. So it's just like, okay. Yes, he was a MAGA supporter. You did not know? Like, yes, Tyler Robinson was a MAGA supporter. Like, his entire family was a MAGA supporter. He was a MAGA supporter. He had one trans girlfriend, but that girlfriend has since disappeared, and the only evidence we have of this person is from the FBI. So I am not like... I don't believe Israel killed Charlie Kirk, but I can believe like the current Kash Patel FBI was trying to redirect everyone to focus on the trans part rather than like the shit. He was actually a MAGA supporter. A lot of MAGA have been dating trans people. They have fetishes. We see that in India with Sangees as well. Talking about Sangees, Sirius has commented. Hindutva was a response mechanism to Islamic. That is not true. Savarkar was an atheist, left-wing, secular person. That is not true. If he was popularized in 1857 Sepoy Mutiny and First War of Independence, for which he was jailed. Okay, he was jailed for that. That is true. The thing is, okay, back to me. What you... oh hell nah, man. They're bringing back Argentine dictator-style disappearances now. Yes, they are. So, okay. let's be clear. Hindutva ideology in itself is not exactly about Hinduism. That is true. Because it is about controlling people. It is about controlling the populace. It is based on the Nazi ideology, which is in fact based on the Confederate ideology. Savarkar was greatly inspired by Nazism and he was greatly inspired by Zionism. Like there was a recent Sham Sundar Sharma show or whatever where he's like, oh no, like there was a 10-year difference. No. Nazism did not start in 1938. Zionism did not start in 1948. Both of them started way before. They are ideologies from earlier than the 1900s. He was Hindutva is inspired by them. It was not a response to Islamic right wing. It was not. It really was not. It is just Hindutva supremacy. Oh, Kaczynski, I haven't heard that. Oh no. Like it's fine if you haven't. I mean, if you are from mainland EU right now, you're probably not heard of it. Like I would not have heard of it myself if I wasn't like autistic enough to look up for it. Like if I wasn't following like American news like a hog, I wouldn't have known it myself. If you are like just general public here, the people don't know. People like you know who Tyler Robinson, the shooter, was. That is a big thing. I'm like within like Polish public that I personally know, it would be a big thing. They don't even know Charlie Kirk, to be honest. Some of them do sing like the Charlie Kirk song quite a bit, but that is not here or there. Khalifat was turning point when Gandhi supported right-wing Islamists, where Moffat massacre, he remained silent. Jesus. Listen. That has, true or not, I'm not going to fact check this right now. True or not. Whatever, Savarkar was not left-wing and Hindutva ideology was not the propagation of Hinduism per se. Hindutva ideology uses Hinduism as a weapon to oppress other groups. That is the line that you need to remember. Why do Polish people not pay attention to international politics though? Because they have an amazing social structure but have really bad inflation, so they're mostly working. That is just like we had like the inflation here is like 11% per year. Per year. It is bad, guys. It is bad. Shit you got for like 50s vote like 3 years ago is like for 150 now. Thank America, guys. Thank America. They're also trying to push like American insurance companies in Poland. Also, 1920 Khalifa. I need to go check this out. Jana, though, if radical Islam is the way, I can do better, and Savarkar turned far right. Heidegger was disciple of Gandhi, turned away, and he formed RSS. You, hi Blau Chips, hi. If you're new here, please do subscribe. It would be nice to have you around. I mean, I don't really. But seriously, Kaczynski, subscribe. See, Jinnah, if radical Islam is the way... See, that's how you know his political ideology was never clear, serious. Because you don't grift to the right. We are talking right now about Sanghism, Hindutva ideology, and all of that shit. What's WhatsApp University knowledge is this? That is list. This is the reason why we are educating people on it. Don't worry too much about it. See, whatever you are saying, I'm not going to even correct. It doesn't matter. The fact that he moved away, if you are saying that he was left originally and he moved away later, that means he was not ideologically aware. He was just using that ideology to get his point through, whatever it may be. And here it was Hindutva, nationalism, and supremacy. Guys, you have to realize this. People who actually believe in what they say do not change their political ideology out of nowhere. Because political ideology, if you are well researched, you do not change it because you know it is right. That's why people on the left do not grift to the right just because of one miss here and there. They grift to the right if they, want to make money. Fetterman, for example, in America. Brother grifting to the right. Jinnah, same thing, grifted to the right immediately. It is the easiest thing to grift to the right if you want money and influence, because it is very hard to be left. It doesn't matter whatever justifications you're giving to the fact that he grifted to the right means he was stupid enough that he knew that he's not going to make any money or have any influence if he kept to the left. Because to have influence in the left, you actually have to read. You actually have to be smart. That's why Nehru never grifted to the right. He was educated. He knew what he was saying. There is a reason why Nehruvian socialism is called after him. It failed. I know, I understand. I'm not a supporter of Nehruvian socialism. But the fact that it is there and he was left till the end, left by political ideology, not like the current idea that Congress is left. That is stupid. Congress is center-right. The point that he survived and his political ideology survived and Savarkar grifted out of the blue means that Savarkar was idiotic enough or was grifting enough or did not believe his own ideology enough to stick with what he had. Do we understand each other or nah? Or like you are just going to comment on WhatsApp University data? Because WhatsApp University is always mostly wrong. The here issue is even with WhatsApp University, whatever they're saying to you, or wherever you might have heard this, the fact that he grifted should tell you everything about this person. You cannot deny that because I'm working on what you have said. Anyway, so what are we talking about? We're basically talking about, like, I don't know, Indian Hindutva, fascism and all of that shit. We are first talking about Iran and Israel and what's happening right now, but we kind of got like drifted away. So we are going back to here. I'll translate. I'm going to be translating the video as we go along. Not mostly always, but still believe Patel should have become first prime minister. Yeah. Maybe. Like, I still don't believe Patel should have become the first prime minister. You know why? Because Patel is not good at diplomacy. If you have a prime minister that is good on ground but never good at diplomacy with other countries, it is going to be a failure for the country. Like, you can argue Modi is good on ground for getting votes. How good is Modi for diplomacy? Absolutely horrendous. He's better on ground. Election was 51. No, sure that he died. That is not what I'm saying, but he would have been a horrible prime minister. That is my point. Even if he had survived, like, this is a what if.
लाया जाएगा, परेड
Again, this is a what if.
करवाएंगे. यह सही है, ईरान के भीतर जनता अपनी सरकार से बहुत नाराज थी और यह बात सरकार ने भी स्वीकार की. लेकिन ईरान की जनता नासमझ तो नहीं. गजा में नरसंहार करने वाले, ईरान के बंटवारे की योजना बनाने वाले इस्राइल के हाथों सत्ता परिवर्तन क्यों चाहेगी? ट्रंप ने एक्सियोस वेबसाइट से कहा है कि मैं देर तक हमला कर सकता हूं, पूरे देश पर कब्जा कर सकता हूं, या फिर मैं 2 या 3 दिन में सब खत्म कर ईरानियों को कह सकता हूं अगर फिर से तुमने परमाणु और मिसाइल प्रोग्राम पर काम करना शुरू किया.
Again, just to be clear, he's saying he's that what Trump was saying, that if you start working on nuclear missiles again, I'm going to attack you again, all of that bull crap. The thing is, Trump himself killed the JCPOA, the JCPOA agreement that made Iran give up on nukes, and they were like very happy with it. Iran does not want nukes. It should get nukes to avoid all of this bullshit, but it did not want nukes. The reason why America keeps attacking Iran and Israel keeps attacking Iran is not because of their nuke, whether or not they have it. It is because Israel wants a regime change that will favor Israeli conquest within the region. They do not want an opposition party within the region. They do not want someone who would go like, wait, why are you invading Syria? Wait, why are you invading Iraq? They need a pliable neighbor to help, to allow them, to give them permissibility to invade. Do you remember this though? I don't know what that is. I'm going to open it and check. Hassan Marmar's lyrics of, I have not seen it. I'm that. When is this from?
Partigiano. Bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao.
Exactly. That's what I do as well. I'm not even joking. That's like whenever there's not enough people here and I'm just like messing around with the shit, like where all of the shit is, I keep singing
Turkey's gonna
either
pay.
I keep singing Why This Cola Verity or Bella Ciao. I'm not even joking. This is like very common. It's like you singing to yourself when you're working.
To protect the flotilla. Erdogan probably watched your stream yesterday. Yeah, he.
And this is cool. I like this. I just started singing as well. I'm not even joking. But that was cool. That was cool. I like that. Hey, hello, Lia. Again, this is why I say, Kaczynski, follow. I'll give you a pierogi. I know it Fat Thursday went away, but I'll still give you a pierogi. Do you want one from Pangchush?
कुछ साल में मिलते हैं। इनकी भाषा इस तरह की है कि पता करना मुश्किल हो जाता है कि शर्म से सर झुका लें या हताशा में सर पीट लें। ईरान में प्रदर्शन की खबर आई नहीं कि अमेरिका उसके नाम पर सत्ता परिवर्तन की बात करने लगा। उसने ईरान को मौका दे दिया कि इन प्रदर्शनों के पीछे इसराइल का मोसाद और अमेरिका का हाथ है और प्रदर्शनकारियों का भयंकर दमन शुरू हुआ। हजारों लोग मारे गए। ईरान ने सरकारी तौर पर मरने वालों की सूची भी जारी की। America.
So this is just saying like background information about like how Iran has given the amount of people who have died, all of that legal stuff that happens after a war happens.
भले प्रदर्शनकारियों के भरोसे ईरान पर हमला करना चाहता है, लेकिन क्या ईरान के प्रदर्शनकारी, वहां का विपक्ष, अमेरिका, इस्राइल पर भरोसा कर सकता है? इसका
So he's saying like America wants the opposition parties to support and the protesters to support America, but can they actually support America? Because it's kind of stupid. Like it is very stupid for America to think that they can attack a country and the opposition will be like, oh, please, save us, my dear Trumpy lords on the Epstein file case. Everyone fucking knows that. Everyone fucking knows that. Nobody wants to come up and be saved by America. It is bad for every single country. The only people who want Iran to be saved by America are the Iranians, populace that live in America. They think that America is going to bring new generation American freedom to Iran, which is not the case. Every time America has brought freedom to a country, the country has gone from bad to worse to shit. Iraq, for example, Syria, for example, Afghanistan, for example. Even America, not for freedom, but like anti-terror conquest of, that old American freedom. Exactly. That is what they're trying to do in Iran again. They tried this in Pakistan as well. It went from shit to shitter. But again, it went bad. America cannot give you freedom, guys. Again, he's going to say the same thing.
ईरानी बताते हुए लिख रहे हैं, खामेनेई की हत्या का गम नहीं, लेकिन जश्न तब मनाते जब उनकी हत्या नरसंहार करने वाला इस्राइल नहीं करता। अगर वहां की जनता अपने विरोध प्रदर्शनों के बाद सत्ता परिवर्तन करती तो यह उसकी जीत मानी जाती। अभी जो हो रहा है वो ट्रंप और नेतन्याहू की जीत है, उनकी योजनाओं की जीत है। क्या ईरान की जनता नेतन्याहू के बैंड बाजे के पीछे नाचेगी? क्या नेतन्याहू मानवतावादी हो गए हैं? जिस नेता ने मानव इतिहास का सबसे बड़ा नरसंहार किया, उससे ईरान का विपक्ष, ईरान की जनता क्या मानवाधिकार की उम्मीद कर रही है? ईरान
He's just basically asking like the Indian public questions. World is getting worse day by day. I disagree with that whole and soul. You know why? Because the world is not getting worse day by day. We are just getting to know how the world has been working for the longest time. The joke is that Iraq war operation was named Operation Iraqi Liberation Oil. That is just funny and big if true. That is just funny and big if true. I'm sorry, that just cracked me up really badly. Ay, ay, ay.
वेनेजुएला नहीं, अयातुल्ला मादुरो नहीं, अयातुल्ला खामेनेई ईरान के शासक नहीं थे, वे धार्मिक जीवन पहचान के प्रतीक भी थे। उनके शासन की क्रूरताओं के खिलाफ बार बार प्रदर्शन भी हुए।
So yeah, getting back to the point, the world is not getting worse day by day. You are just knowing more of the world. This has been going on. This is literally the same script they used for Iraq 20 years ago. This is the same script they have used for every single country America wanted to invade. This is the same script they've used for Venezuela. They are not new. They are not inventing this. It is probably like even the Indian invasion, while invading India, British probably did the same propaganda. The Nazis did the same propaganda for invading Austria and Poland. This is not a joke. Like, this is literally how it happened. The world is not getting worse. You just know more of it. Yeah, with Venezuela, I mean, they were more honest because Trump was more honest. Trump kept saying it is about the oil. Trump kept saying he contacted like the oil companies before even he told his advisors. The thing here is Trump is an exception. The Trump is like open-mouthed idiot. If Biden would have done the same, to be honest with you. But Biden, on the other hand, would have said like it is about like the people, it is about freedom and whatever, all that crap that they tell you. Most anti-government Iranians want economic growth, not freedom. Yes, but they are not going to get that either. Like what happened with Iraq? Iraq wanted to nationalize their oil reserves. They wanted the oil reserves to make money for the people. And now it is like just oil is just taken away without even giving money to the Iraqis. What do you think is going to happen with Iran? Guys, this is a capitalistic invasion regime. This is imperialist. This is feudalism at its very basics. This is colonization. Do you really think a colonial party is going to let the people of... Do you think a colonial party is going to let the people of the country they're colonizing gain economic growth? No. How much economic growth was there for India when the British ruled? The British extracted $45 trillion in today's currency out of India. Do you really think there is going to be any economic growth? Anti-government Iranians that are, especially that are in America or Australia or whatever, are fucking idiots. Like, they have lived in the West for so long, they have forgotten what the West does in the East. That is the problem. I think Biden would have forgotten they invaded Venezuela. Yes, that is true. Biden would have forgotten a lot more shit. It's just fucking shit.
हुए और उनकी सेना और पुलिस ने बर्बरता से जवाब दिया। इसके बाद भी आयतुल्ला खामेनेई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर ईरान की संप्रभुता का सबसे बड़ा चेहरा बने रहे। शिया जगत में उनकी उपस्थिति धर्मगुरु की भी है। इस शहादत के बाद खामेनेई रूहुल्लाह खोमेनेई से बड़ा चेहरा बन गए हैं, जिनके नेतृत्व में 1979 में ईरान में क्रांति हुई और पहलावी राजवंश को उखाड़ फेंका गया। खामेनेई के भागने की कितनी खबरें आती हैं, लेकिन पिछली बार सबने देखा खामेनेई पब्लिक में आए और अमेरिका को चुनौती दी। 1979 में ईरान की क्रांति ने पहलावी की राजशाही को उखाड़ फेंका और खोमेनेई नए लीडर बने। उसके बाद 80 के दशक में जब ईरान और इराक के बीच लंबा
Kaurena Papaksh, I've seen one of the... Let me just... The Indian comedians, he said European wars are named wars, but when war breaks out in Asia region, the names are named as a minor inconvenience. Do you think EU and US think that it will just go like a minor inconvenience? Because I feel like it's the beginning of a huge war. That's not what they think. That's what they have to do. European wars are named wars because they want to show it, propagandize it as something big. When you name a war like Operation Rising Falcon, like they have named this one, or Night Hammer or whatever, they are trying to show them it is not a big deal. We will just win, because they want their populace to be part of this. For a European war, their populace needs to be part of this as well. But the populace needs to be like energized into fighting. They don't want to just give money for the fighting. For that energetic, they are like, oh, this is like the greatest war of the history. This is like the 100-year war. This is like like the war of roses, whatever it may be. That's why they give bigger names to wars. The other wars, they just need permissibility for the war. That's why they're like, oh, it's a very short war. It will never not go anywhere. That kind of shit. These are Reddit as names for operations Americans keep. Yeah, that is true. That is the reason why the names are different. The comedian, I don't know what comedian was it though. I would like to know. Is this? Hold on. I think I know what comedian are you speaking of. Sudhir. I think you're speaking of Sudhir. I have a connection. Maybe someday we'll get him onto the stream. Anyway, do like, share, and follow. Kavrene, I see that you're new. Do subscribe if you can. Thank you so much.
युद्ध चला, खामेनेई राष्ट्रपति बने और फिर उन्हें सुप्रीम लीडर बना दिया.
This is the history of Khamenei, how Khamenei came into power in 1979 after the Iranian coup d'etat against the then Pahlavi government.
की सेना
Thank you so
और
much.
सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को खामेनेई ने किसे मालूम. पिछले साल जून में इसराइल ने ईरान के कई टॉप कमांडर मार दिए. तब भी
He's talking about how Israel killed a lot of top commanders of Iran last year as well. The Project Night Hammer or something it was called. Sorry, I forget. The whole project again was stupid because whatever. I have heard John Kirakawa talking about this. I do not need the video. I do not always agree with John Kirakawa, but he's been right more than not. But I don't want to talk about him right now. I'm asking because the call Russian-Ukrainian war as war and the so committed to it while the same aggression against independent state is just tugged off. Exactly, that is the point. They're trying to cremate permissibility here. They be like, oh, Russian-Ukrainian war is the war. We have to go to war. We need to support Ukraine. He's our greatest ally. But when the invader is a US supported person, that needs to be saying like, oh, this is not an invasion. This is like turning of regime. These are not deaths. This is not murder by the US regime. This is quite literally like these are just casualties of the war. They were silenced. They were controlled. They were neutralized. Those are the words that they use. This is called news sanitization. They sanitize the media this way to only focus on things that are that they want you to focus on. This is the basis of propaganda. You can see this with the Gaza genocide. Within it, whenever you talk about, whenever Western media generally talks about it, they will always call it the Gaza war. They will not even call it the Israel war. They will not call it the Israel war. They'll call it a Gaza war, like Gaza started the war. They will never talk about how many civilians the Israeli Zionist movement has killed. They'll call them, they'll say that, oh, they were just casualties of the Gaza war. They'll say that they were neutralized. They'll talk about like, oh, everyone is Hamas, or Hamas is using them as human shields. That is called media sanitation. This happens every single time. A basic example of this is people on TikTok cannot say like killed. They have to say unalived because that is sanitized. There's also another very good example about this is why did the world switch from global warming to climate change? People don't know this. The reason is people were really waking up. People were like, we need better environments. We need better whatever. The movement was on. The movement was pressuring the government into creating better equipments, better supply chains, being more conscious of the environment, giving up on oil and whatnot. The issue here that happened is that the oil companies were very scared. The plastic companies were scared. They said global warming sounds very damning. So we are going to push a narrative that changes global warming, the use of global warming, to using of climate change. Climate change sounds nice. Climate change sounds natural. Global warming doesn't sound natural. It sounds like a warning. That's why the change happened. It's not because the scientists wanted it. It's not because the people wanted it. It happened because the government pushed for it. That's the issue. That's media sanitation. It happens even now. You have to be very aware of it. You need to start reading between the lines, or nothing is going to change.
इसराइल को अपनी मदद के लिए अमेरिका को बुलाना पड़ा। इनमें ईरान की सेना के प्रमुख मेजर जनरल बाघेरी और रिवोल्यूशनरी गार्ड के कमांडर इन चीफ जनरल हुसैन सलामी को भी मारा गया था। इसके बाद भी ईरान अमेरिका और इसराइल से लड़ता रहा और जो लीडरशिप आई उसी से लड़ने ट्रंप और नेतन्याहू इस वक्त गए हैं। यानी इस एक साल में ईरान इतना कमजोर तो नहीं हुआ जितना समझा जा रहा है, बल्कि
अमेरिका saying like Iran has not gotten weaker.
अगर सारी लीडरशिप को खत्म करने के बाद कमजोर समझता तो अपने दो सबसे ताकतवर बेड़ों के साथ दर्जनों लड़ाकू विमानों 30-40 हजार सैनिकों को लेकर नहीं जाता। उसे भी पता है ईरान में एक लीडर गया तो दूसरा आएगा, लेकिन इस बार स्थिति अलग नजर आती है। तब खामेनेई थे, अब खामेनेई नहीं है। खामेनेई को मार देना इसराइल और अमेरिका की बड़ी जीत है, लेकिन खामेनेई का बनाया सिस्टम अगर टिक गया तब फिर यह लड़ाई किसी और दिशा में जाएगी। इस लड़ाई में ईरान नहीं हार रहा, बल्कि ठीक से देखिए सारी दुनिया हार रही है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कनाडा, ब्रिटेन, फ्रांस, सऊदी अरब, संयुक्त अरब अमीरात, तुर्की के राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री के बयान देखिए। कनाडा के प्रधानमंत्री कार्नी, जिनका एक भाषण वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम।
So like Carney basically told out that like we have been working as partners into this. The movement, the liberal movement has gone very good for us. We have extracted so much resource and exploited. He just said it out loud, like good for him. He's a lot of talk. He's not a lot of action, but fine. At least he said it out loud. He said the silent part out loud, and he's like, that's why we need to oppose America, because America now is trying to do it to us as well.
ट्रंप के विरोध में और दुनिया में व्यवस्थाओं के खत्म होने।
What stuns me is that the Ukrainians support US in that case, and I'm not talking about officials, mass media. Common people, the refugees in the US sound so delighted about the attacks on Iran, at least expected things from the point of common sense. Yes, it is sad and it is mostly propaganda. People always do not realize the impact propaganda has on people. A good propaganda will make you think anything. You can be indoctrinated into always saying US good if you have the right propaganda. See, Ukrainian people are refugees. They are migrants. They themselves are running from a war. I've met a few of them myself. Some of them are my friends. For them, US comes in like a savior, and hence whatever US says becomes like something that they are pushed towards. Like, hey, I'm going to believe you more because you're helping my country win the war. The issue here is that, again, they are being helped to win the war, but they are also being lied to about other things. To understand the lies from the truth, it takes an amount of critical thinking that some people just do not possess. I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm not saying they are not educated. They are. But understanding the impact of propaganda on someone, differentiating between what is propaganda and what is not propaganda, are very important skills that are not taught anymore. That are really not taught anymore. They used to teach it earlier in Poland or in Ukraine or even in Germany. Not anymore. That's why everything the media says here comes out to be the truth. it also comes from like controlling media. Right now, the reason why we're watching this video from Ravish, I know I'm from Russia. We have our own holy war happening right now. Exactly. So the reason why I'm watching this video from Ravish right now is because Ravish has access to videos that I have been banned from watching because I am currently in Europe. Because RT is banned. The video was banned and it was taken down by like legal European sources and whatever. That is the issue.
की चिंता से भरा था, वही कारनी अब ईरान पर ट्रंप के हमले का समर्थन कर रहे हैं। इन नेताओं के लिए भाषण केवल भाषण है। एक महीना भी नहीं बीता, कारनी अपनी बात से पलट गए। ईरान पर हमला अमेरिका और इस्राइल ने किया, लेकिन अलग अलग देशों के प्रमुखों ने ईरान की निंदा कर दी। ऑस्ट्रेलिया के प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा ईरान का परमाणु कार्यक्रम दुनिया की शांति के लिए खतरा है।
Everyone is basically saying, oh, we have WMDs in Iran, we have WNDs in Iran. Fucking idiotic. So if Kaurene wants to explain, please explain. I'm not gonna explain. I would like to focus. It's going to be a lot of other explanation happening on the side, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, I see. The thing is, I really have to pee.
कनाडा के प्रधानमंत्री कारनी भी परमाणु कार्यक्रम के नाम पर अमेरिका का सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। इनसे कौन पूछे कि पाकिस्तान परमाणु ताकत है, उसी वजह से सऊदी अरब ने उससे समझौता किया है। ट्रंप अब हर हफ्ते साबित कर
Also, just to be clear, it is the framing of the invasion of Ukraine as a holy war. I think it's led by Kirill. No, I'm not.
कि दुनिया के राष्ट्रपति और प्रधानमंत्री केवल
I
वही
think
हैं।
that's
बाकी
the
अलग-अलग
shit that I
देशों
know
में
about it.
राष्ट्रपति और प्रधानमंत्री की फ्रेंचाइजी की दुकान अलग-अलग नेताओं ने खोल रखी है।
Kaurene, correct me, I'm wrong. Holy war is like that's the narrative for the Ukrainian invasion. Again, that is not true.
ट्रंप ने वेनेजुएला के राष्ट्रपति मदुरो को अगवा किया, ईरान के सुप्रीम लीडर को मार दिया। इन दोनों घटनाओं में जिस तरह से ट्रैकिंग और एआई सिस्टम का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, वह दिन दूर नहीं जब बड़े बड़े नेता अपने देश में निकलने से पहले ट्रंप से इजाजत लेंगे कि पब्लिक में जाएं या नहीं जाएं। इन सब के बीच एक बार चीन के राष्ट्रपति शी जिनपिंग को भी याद कीजिए। अमेरिका की निंदा करने में चीन का जवाब नहीं, लेकिन जब बात अमेरिका की आती है, चीन नजर नहीं आता। चीन की उभरती आर्थिक और
Okay. That was sarcasm for you, okay. No, but it is happening. Like the narrative is set, like some of the people are setting this narrative that this is like a holy war against Ukraine, while both of you guys are like Christian Orthodox.
और सैनिक ताकत से दुनिया हर दिन हैरान होती है, लेकिन चीन का कोई रोल इस वक्त नजर नहीं आ रहा। किसी भी बड़े युद्ध के समय चीन पीछे ही नजर आता है। उसके पास अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए जंग लड़ने की अपार क्षमता होगी, उसके पास रोबोट बहुत सारे होंगे, लेकिन चीन के पास इसकी क्षमता नहीं कि अपनी ताकत के इस्तेमाल से अमेरिका को रोक दे। शी जिनपिंग, दुनिया के इतिहास में चीन इतना शक्तिशाली कभी नहीं बना जितना उनके दौर में उभर कर सामने आया, लेकिन इसी समय चीन प्रभावहीन भी नजर आता है। शी जिनपिंग बीजिंग में अपने हथियारों का, सैनिकों का शानदार प्रदर्शन दुनिया को दिखाते रहे, लेकिन उनकी सेना और रोबोट
He's talking about Xi Jinping, like how China is dealing with all of this shit. It is not really point here, whatever. Anyway, let's just move on from here because we were just going to go through what the media. So the media is kind of waking up against this, which is a very good thing.
But the Iran only happening here in Israel.
So he's Israeli spokesperson is like talking to reporters.
The Iranian regime is attacking the entire region. 8 countries, I repeat, 8 countries in the region were attacked by ballistic missiles of Iran.
Iran attack wasn't ballistic missiles because they wanted to attack. They attacked US military bases, just to be clear. Guys, watch this. This is hi Radhika. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry for the slow internet. Thank you so much for joining. What we are going to do is we're going to move on to this thing for a second because I really need to go and guys, watch this for a second. I'll be back immediately.
This century could afford.
It's not about what you said, it's about they want to get rid of you regardless.
Every time there is a violent smear campaign against me, we are near a reporting deadline.
You've been sanctioned. What is it like? How difficult does it make your life?
I cannot have a bank account. I cannot receive money. There is a direct link between the apparent collapse of the multilateral system and the Epstein files. It looks like the orgy of power.
Thank you. There's hundreds of you already watching this. It's an important conversation, Francesca, not just about what's happening in Gaza and the occupied Palestinian territories, where there is a genocide ongoing. We're speaking on the day that Donald Trump in DC is unveiling his board of peace, which includes people like Benjamin Netanyahu on the board of peace, which makes no sense to me. But we're also talking to you because you have been at the center of a lot of controversy recently because, and I'm going to read this out, a clip went viral of you saying, instead of stopping Israel, most of the world is armed, given it political excuses, political sheltering, economic and financial support. We now see that we as a humanity have a common enemy. That wasn't the full clip, was it?
Thank you guys for waiting. I'm so sorry. I really had to go pee-pee. I mean, that has been portrayed as a holy war, an illustration of propaganda at work. Definitely, we can find any meaning behind a war. It is for Russia that are suppressed and Russians that are suppressed, or for our faith or economic reasons, you name it. For me, the reason is a little simpler. Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, this is all is just propaganda. Like, Putin wants to, like, it's an unnecessary war, to be honest. But Putin wants to like push like, oh, this is a good war. This is a war that you need to be fighting. And that's why they push for this shit. It's stupid. It happens in every single country. It is just whatever. Ignore. Most of like people really need to learn what is propaganda and what is not propaganda. Anyway, sorry, where were we? Yeah.
Not only is
Sorry, I really needed to pee. Like, I had been stopping myself for like the past hour. Shit, it's been 2 hours since we are live. What the fuck? I did not realize it's been 2 hours since we are live. Because time runs fast when you are getting into the motion.
Israel, Arab countries are targeted by Iranian regime missiles. And we say
Again, Israel did a preemptive attack on Iran. Preemptive attack, which means if I come up to you and I think you're going to attack me, I slap you first. This is so stupid. Like, if I'm using the entire narrative, I can just go out beating up people randomly, whoever it is. And I am like completely not guilty of it because preemptive attack. Again, talking about propaganda. Preemptive attack is that it's a propagandized term. Whenever you hear a preemptive attack, it is meant to make you feel safe. What a preemptive attack is that you invaded that country with your missile, with literally zero evidence that they are ever going to be aggressive towards you.
it's very clear. We don't have any fight, any quarrel with the Iranian people.
That is not true. They have been continuously attacking Iran since the beginning. They literally every single year they do something or the else.
The only objective, the only quarrel is the Iranian regime murderous attacks. This is what it's all about. Now I'll take some questions, please.
Sikander Khamenei from Channel 4 News. Khamenei, the Iranian regime, have clearly done terrible things, particularly to their own people. But your prime minister is a wanted war criminal. You don't have the moral high ground here at all.
This is a war crime. This is a war crime. Targeting civilians, targeting elderly women, killing, murdering her caregiver from the Philippines. And the Iranian regime is targeting not only us in Israel, they are targeting the entire region.
What about the 100 or so
And-
schoolgirls in Iran that have been killed in a strike?
41, if I'm not wrong. 61 now.
And
there?
this must stop. This must be stopped, and this is what we're trying to do. Yes, next question, please.
We are trying to stop it by bombing it. By doing the same thing. That is the stopping thing, apparently, according to them. What the fuck is wrong with Israelis, man? What the fuck is there with their propaganda? They are so blatant right now. And this comes up. Like, this is what I've been saying from the beginning. Like, Iran has no interest in uranium. Iran has no interest in making
Me too.
nukes. All of that is just
they have never done
absolute
before.
bullshit.
Can you give us any sense?
The single most important.
Like, okay, after this attack, I'm like 100% sure they should make nukes. Like, nukes are keeping India very safe right now. I swear to you. Thank you, Homi Baba.
Achievement, I believe, is the agreement that Iran will never ever have a nuclear material that will create a bomb. This is, I think, a big achievement. This is something that is not in the old deal that was negotiated during President Obama's time.
He's talking about the JCPOA. JCPOA was an amazing deal. JCPOA made sure that Iran will never enrich nuclear power. Iran will never work towards enriching nukes or enriching uranium, sorry. But it was Trump who scrapped it. The Israeli regime never liked the JCPOA because without the JCPOA, it can always say that Iran is doing nukes and WMDs and it can keep attacking Iran. Without the JCPOA, it can do that. It has been doing that since the JCPOA was scrapped by Trump. Trump is the one who scrapped it. Let us get it straight. Israel always hated the JCPOA. Israel always hated the JCPOA because it lost a reason to keep attacking Iran.
This is something completely new. It really makes the enrichment argument less relevant because now we are talking about zero stockpiling. And that is very, very important because if you cannot stockpile material that is enriched, then there is no way you can actually create a bomb, whether you enrich or don't enrich. And I think this is really something that has been missed a lot by the media, and I want to clarify that from the standpoint of a mediator.
So explain that. So the enriched material, the things that could be used as nuclear fuel for a bomb, you're saying Iran would not keep on their own soil?
They would give it up.
They would give it up?
They will not be able to actually accumulate that material that will enable them to create a bomb.
Where
There's
would
no
that...
accumulation. So there will be zero accumulation, zero stockpiling, and full verification. That is also equally important achievement, I think. A full and comprehensive verification by the IAEA, which is the agency in charge of this file.
The UN nuclear watchdog.
That's
So
right.
you're saying all enriched material would be shipped someplace else, not Russia, but
No, the current stockpiles that still exist,
the things that are still in Iran?
I think that there is agreement now that this will be downblended to the lowest level possible.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just editing a reel. I have to do like 300 different things while this is going on. I'm not even joking. Mostly because I am doing this alone. Anyway. Khamenei killed in Israel. Yeah, we covered this. So this is actually, okay, so we have people that are not Indian here. Sorry, Kauri. Kawa, Rene, for me, the war became impossible the moment Ukrainians and Russians became agitated against each other en masse. What I meant, after the dissolution of USSR, we didn't just part our ways. Our government actively were putting our nation against each other. It is like Israel against Palestinians. politician teach you to hate. It is not Israelis against Palestinians. I'm sorry, it is not the same thing. Israeli are directly occupying Palestine. They were shipped from mainland Poland to the Palestinian land. The land was sold at like £1 to the Rothschilds, which the land was supposed to go back to the Palestinians, but that did not happen. That is the Israel-Palestine situation. Israel has been a colonial state for Palestine. Ukrainian and Russian agitation is more on the lines of general who is belonging to who. I'm not going to tell, like, there's not much difference between the people of Ukraine and the people of Russia when it comes to ethnicity or religion. It is just regional. Russia, after the US dissolution of the USSR, Russia always wanted that land back. Does not care for its people. That's why when it captured the regions of Donbass and whatever, the people from there were shipped into different parts of Russia to destabilize their claim of the land. It is an issue. There is a lot of theories going around. There's a lot of shit going around right now about who is good, who is bad within the Russia-Ukraine. My outlook is extremely simple on this. Russia, whatever NATO may or may not have been doing, Russia should not have invaded. That is where I stand. That is where I'll always stand. It does, like, we are in the 21st century. This is fucking 2026 right now. When Russia invaded, it was like 2021, 22. Thank you. If you like the stance, please do subscribe. We need that. The thing is, it should not have invaded. That is end of discussion for me. There is no reason to have people go through these fighting. There is no reason to have so much death on both sides. There is no reason for it. You could have sat together, discussed this out and made a fucking decision. But you don't want to do that. Fucking stupid. Like, military invasion is not... Like, the moment America got out of NATO, like in 2019, at the end, and the ass end of like the Trump presidency, the Russia invaded around that, like in 6 months or something. Anyway, we are going back to what again. So normally, again, Shiv Arora tries to be very centrist. He's not. He's right wing. Within this, he actually got a good interview of someone, Jeffrey Sachs, and the analysis and what it means for India. So we are going to watch it, and then we are going to go to what Israel is doing with Francis Calba. I know I want to simplify Palestine and Israel for the sake of being short. I understand complexity. I am very sorry, but that was not... okay, forget it. I shouldn't. It is not fair of me to police this. I'm sorry. It's fine. Fine. Thank you. I get a lot, like, I have to explain this so many times because of a lot of like Sanghis. Again, I explained like Indian Hindutva, who absolutely hate Muslims, do not want Muslims to survive, come here and sure, basically. So I just keep going at it more and more. So it's fine. It's completely fine. It's just some corrections I'm making. Don't worry about it.
Jeffrey Sachs with us, Columbia University professor, one of the most well-regarded economists and commentators. He's put out a video right now that's going viral on what he believes is the real reason why Iran has been attacked. Professor Sachs, good to have you. Thank you for being here on NDTV on a big day for the region and a big day for the world. I'm going to ask you to tell our viewers, you know, what you've said in that video, Professor Sachs. Why do you think Iran has been attacked?
This is the U.S. Attempt to continue or maintain or sustain its global hegemony. This is a war for control of the Middle East. It's a war for control of the oil of the Middle East. It is not at all what Donald Trump said about any threat from Iran. This is just an imperial lie. This is an imperial war, and it is a very vicious one, and it is probably the start of World War III, I have to say. I hope that it's not the start of nuclear annihilation, but I think it is a global war. And it is a war of U.S.-Israeli hegemony in the Middle East, and a war...
Again, what we were saying earlier, this is because they are not going to have the power to sanction different countries in a few years. So now they're trying to control the oil directly. And seriously, I haven't watched this before.
For global dominance. The United States invaded Venezuela to control the Western Hemisphere oil. Now it is trying to overthrow the government of Iran to control the Middle East oil. This will hurt India terribly, by the way, and it's also aimed at China. So Asia is the loser in this war, and this is a completely criminal action. But whether anybody stands up and tells the truth about it that is fearful of the United States or Israel, I don't know.
What do you think is going to happen next, Professor Sachs? You know, as far as the escalation ladder is concerned, attacks have taken place on various cities in Iran. There have been retaliatory attacks on US bases in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi, in Qatar, and a couple of other places. In the past, things have kind of ended at this point. Do you see them escalating onward from here?
Well, of course, there is no path of de-escalation by the U.S. and Israel. These are hegemonic actors. They have announced their goal. Their goal isn't to return Iran to the negotiating table. Iran was at the negotiating table. Their goal was not to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It didn't have one, didn't want one, and had said so for the last 12 years. Donald Trump ripped up the agreement, the JCPOA, that put Iran under a rigorous monitoring regime. This is about global hegemony. And countries like India have to decide, are they independent countries? Do they sign up to U.S. empire? This is what this is about. Israel, by the way, is the most violent country in the world, kilometer by kilometer, by far. But it also banks on having the United States behind it. And it's not just Trump. This is a long-standing CIA project that is underway right now. So this is a very, very dangerous occurrence. This has nothing to do with what is stated. This is about U.S. control over the Middle East, and the idea is U.S. control over the world. The idea is that India will fall into line, the Middle East will fall into line, Latin America has no choice, Europe is a vassal state. That's what this is about.
Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have just spoken over the phone, according to the latest of what we're hearing, Professor Sachs. In your mind, you know, what might they have discussed?
This is the only time I have ever gone through a Shiv Kumar interview. Shiv Arora, sorry, I can't even remember his name. Shiv Arora interview without interrupting him or saying something that is correct or what is wrong. This is new for me, guys. I understand what you're saying or not saying. Thank you so much. I lived a lot of... sorry, I'm missing the messages. I'm just trying to make a reel on the side. I lived for a lot of time in the Muslim region, being Orthodox Christian myself, and we got along. But it also gave me a lot of insight into all of the things that are happening right now. Also, I worked for a long time with Iranians, oil extraction machinery. Yeah, and like, these are not bad people. You're made to think that they're bad people. It happened the same. See, I am technically like the... by religion, by caste, by even gender, I am the main target for votes for like the BJP authoritarian class. I am, you see, very privileged, not very privileged, but like relatively privileged by caste Brahmin. It is only through me speaking to other people. It is only through me speaking to Muslims, speaking to Christians, speaking to having friends of various castes is how I got to understand the shit that they were doing. The only way for us to move forward at any point is to have people we can speak to. A lot of people within conservative circles especially are trapped in those circles, and they'll only speak to a certain kind of people, and then the certain kind of people will tell them like, don't speak to these people, don't speak to that people. You have to remain in the control of the populace that you are in. And that is how conservative ideologies actually spread. That's why when you see a left movement, it is like a bunch of different kind of people going together. But if you see a right movement, it is always homogeneous.
You to conjecture, but from everything we know, Netanyahu is calling this Operation Roaring Lion. President Trump calls it Epic Fury. What do you think they talked about?
Well, Trump takes his orders from Netanyahu. This is very simple. Netanyahu came last week and ordered the war, and the war goes on. The United States is actually not even the lead agent in this. The Zionist lobby in the United States is so powerful that it puts the United States repeatedly into these wars. The American public is absolutely against this. This is quite interesting. But the American public does not count for anything right now in our affairs, because we do not have a constitutional country. We have basically a military state, and Trump is the figurehead of that military state.
As far as the Khamenei is concerned, Professor Sachs, do you see this playing out in the same template that it has before? His ceremonial home has been targeted. He is about to make a national address in a short while from now. The same boilerplate statements have been issued from Iran saying, there will be a crushing response, and you've seen these token attacks on different, bases of the American military in the Middle East. Does Iran have the capacity to do something bigger in your view?
I don't think that the U.S. has the capacity to overthrow the Iranian government in a day or a week or a month, as it believes that it does. If you look at almost all events like this, even overthrowing Bashar al-Assad or overthrowing Milosevic in 1999, or overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi in 2011, the United States does not usually have the means to do this in a day or a month. Maybe they're drunk with their supposed success in Venezuela by exfiltrating a president, but this is not Venezuela. This is a country of 100 million people. It's a vast region. It is a mountainous region. It is a region that understood for many, many years that the United States was out to overthrow it. So it's not unprepared or caught off guard. The Straits of Hormuz, I believe, will be attacked. And so I don't think that these are pinprick operations attacking the Gulf. I think it's preparatory to closing the Straits of Hormuz. Now, all of this then depends on things that I don't properly understand in terms of the military dynamics of the next few weeks. But what I do understand is something about geopolitics. This is a brazen, illegal, vulgar overreach by the United States that I do not see how it can have a success, frankly. One success 73 years ago was when the CIA and MI6 overthrew the Iranian government and installed a police state. I don't see how that can happen in today's world. But that's the model of the United States, that they will soon install a police state. I doubt that this is at all realistic.
Professor Sachs.
It's never going to happen. The regime is going to keep going on. The Darcy's regime currently in Venezuela is held up by her and her alone. It's not the case for Iran, as said before. For Iran, they need to have a ground-up movement, but the way to do a ground-up movement is to not bomb the place, is to change it culturally, slowly, and steadily. But Israel does not want to do that. Israel wants to do it now. That's, again, a problem. Israel is a bully.
Reuters reporting a piece of breaking news right now, since you mentioned the Gulf of Hormuz. Reuters quoting the IRGC Navy that has announced that no vessels are any longer being allowed to cross and has closed the Strait of Hormuz to any traffic. This is huge. This is Reuters reporting this right now. What do you think the fallout of this?
This is going to choke India a lot by the oil. Like, it is going to choke us immediately.
Immediately is going to be?
Well, I think that this is the Iranian plan. The United States will try to defeat Iran to prevent this from happening. But I would anticipate that there will be a massive disruption of world oil flows in the coming weeks, and that this will most likely, again, I'm guessing, everybody knows I'm guessing because nobody can really anticipate, but I'm guessing that this will put the world economy into a serious crisis in the coming weeks. Again, I'm not there as a military strategist. If the United States thinks it has something up its sleeve, I would be surprised, quite frankly. By the way, I heard just 5 minutes ago that one of the U.S. bombs killed 100 schoolgirls in a school outside of Tehran. This is mass murder. We should not forget the school children that are dying right now. We'll hear more about this, but I just heard this from a reliable source 5 minutes ago. This is a brazen, murderous, illegal attack, and it's very dangerous for the world. World leaders are pathetic right now. In Europe, they all fallen behind Trump. In Canada, they fell in behind Trump. In Australia, they fell in behind Trump. No one wants peace in this world. They just want to satisfy a mad emperor. This is very dangerous for all of us, I have to say. If people cannot speak the most basic truth of a premeditated, murderous, illegal strike on another country, well, how can we avoid World War III?
What role do you...
World War III is not going to happen. World War III is very bad for business right now. Like, I'm being very serious. No one is going to do World War III because, again, it's just bad for business. That is it. That is the only thing that is keeping World War III from not happening. Because for World War III to happen, you need willing parties. And China doesn't want to be part of it. It needs to trade max. Russia is not going to be part of this. It is already has its hands full with Ukraine. That's why World War III is never happening here. Whatever. You can think back ahead about this. It's not going to turn into. This might turn into a bigger regional conflict within the Asian subcontinent over oil, but that is what it's going to be localized toward. Like, we are going to have serious problems with oil, especially with the Hormuz.
Do you think Russia will or can play in what lies ahead, Professor Sachs? Because the Iranian regime will be looking to Russia. They've been looking to Russia for their weapons supply chain in the run-up to this as well. How do you see the Russian role?
I think both Russia and China will try to find ways to sustain the Iranian regime. This is, as I say, an attack on China as much as it is an attack on Iran. This is part of an American hegemonic move. India should not feel comfortable about that, however. It's going to suffer directly from this, and the whole world suffers when the United States behaves like the British Empire. We don't need another global empire. This is the most basic point.
Final question, Professor Sachs. There was an 8-minute video statement that was put out by Donald Trump. I know you've seen it. After these attacks began. What did you think of that? Because he was very clear, even if you accommodate all the hyperbole that you usually grant Trump and his brand of communication, he was very specific about his intended outcome being regime change and the people of Iran rising up and taking back what's theirs. Do you think he's painted himself into a corner, or does that not really matter in Trump's world?
It doesn't matter, but he has painted all of us into the edge of a global precipice. He's a very mentally unstable person. He is delusional and he is a megalomaniac. But on top of that, behind him is the CIA and Mossad. So this is not Trump alone. These are grandiose ideas, long-standing. So it's not only Trump, but there's no brake. There's no foot on the brake. This is only an accelerator towards expanded war right now. And the only way that it can stop is if the BRICS countries, and that means India, that means Brazil, that means Russia, that means China, that means South Africa, and others, and it's Iran.
Will Iran spare what? Dude, 007Z2C. I don't know if you're a bot. I honestly do not. But if you are a real person, can you speak with spaces and write clear words? Because Iran is not threatening the world right now. Israel kind of is. You don't know about the Hannibal Directive, do you?
Which is a member of the BRICS, says this is not the way the world can work. They have to stand up to American hegemony. This is the only way the world can be safe. And so this is actually...
Yes, that is true. Like, people need to stand up against hegemony. The sad part here is that BRICS has a chance, but BRICS can't do it with India part of it. It is just sad. It is, I know it's very sad. India can be part of it if Modi was not in power right now. Modi keeps sucking up to Trump. It derails everything BRICS tries to do. That is all there is to it. Indian foreign policy is fucked over. Indian foreign policy is extremely pro-US. And it's bad. Yes, exactly. Whatever Bliss said. I'm not repeating that. Please go watch this. Also, do like, share, and subscribe if you're new here. Especially if you're new here, do not forget to like the stream. Do not forget to subscribe to the stream. And do not, please, forget to share.
Actually, a responsibility of the BRICS right now, which is the only standing bulwark against America's global empire. And the empire has gotten a lot more violent today. And it's shown it doesn't want to hide anything anymore. It just is in open war.
It is just an open war. Anyway, getting back to Francisco Albanese. She's amazing. She has done so much for the world. She is absolutely brilliant. And when she speaks, we are going to shut up and hear. Zateo is also amazing. If you please do subscribe if you can.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting to see what has unfolded, because it's not that this is what I said that made headlines. It's what I was...
I feel the way Iran has shown the action looks like it's not going to stop for the next 2-3 months. My guy, Iran is not the problem here. Israel is not stopping. Iran is responding. Do you understand that? Iran is the one that is responding to Israeli attack and US attack on its sovereign border. If tomorrow Pakistan attacks India and India responds, are you going to tell me that India should stop? That it doesn't look like India should stop? India is stopping? She or Greta should have gotten the Peace Prize, not Machado. See, if she or Greta had gotten the Peace Prize, both of them would be speaking everything pro-Trump. That is just the truth of it. Peace Prize means nothing. Peace Prize just means you are very pro-US.
Told to have said, which is not the first time. I mean, it's not surprising. Then I will tell you and the viewers what I...
Sorry, this is bugging a little bit. It happens after 3 hours.
But what I said is that, so in the context of an Al Jazeera forum, speaking mainly to media, in a jurists panel, a panel of legal experts, I was saying we have been looking at the stabbing.
Here, Iran is clear. They know if they stop, they will vanish, is what I meant. They will vanish if... hi, Fahim Malik. How you doing? They will vanish, yes, because Israel wants to take over their land. They want a regime change. The problem is Israel still. As long as we have that clear, it doesn't matter. Anyway, do like and share and subscribe if you can. Also, you, Fahim, how you doing? Everything good?
At the heart of international law for 2 years, because the genocide is a crime that is to be prevented. It's to be stopped. It's to be punished. It's not to be.
Yes.
Doing fine. I don't know if you're from India. Like, Sanghis are after me right now, so I'm just like, we're trying to ignore all of the hate, but that's about it. Everything is great otherwise. We are doing great on stream. We are getting a lot more traction than normal, so that's all good. Decent. We are just talking about Israel, Iran, all of that bullshit. Mostly shitting on Israel. And we are just then going to be talking about like Indian apartheid that is going on against the Muslim and the caste populations. Personally, it's fine. A bit of bad news today, but it is just not very unexpected. I am a researcher, so it's just part of the job.
It's not to trigger indifference, which is what it has provoked among most of the international actors. And I said, Israel has committed heinous crimes, but it would have not been able to do that without the system that has enabled, financed it, given it political shelter, and basically let it go with the slaughter of Palestinians, with the starving, with the destruction of life and whatever it's necessary as conditions for life. And it didn't go that well. It's been chopped, it's been doctored, but what has made it, I think, the world, the global story, the global headlines that it is two things. First is that the blunder was served to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of France,
yes,
who parroted, who repeated it without checking. Yes. And the second is that the absurdity is so enormous. And still, instead of pedaling back, the French diplomacy continued to insist, saying, okay, she didn't say that, but she needs to resign anyway because she has said other outrageous things.
Which is almost really proves the point that it's not about what you said. It's about they want to get rid of you regardless, and they'll use whatever they can, even doctored clips. I'll come back to the French in a moment, but it was Hillel Neuer, who is the rather notorious executive director of UN Watch, which is a pro-Israel NGO. He was one of the first people, if not the first, to share the doctored video of you on February the 8th. Just for people watching, Francesca's, you can go online and watch the whole video. We won't play it here. But she talks for a while in between the two statements. They cut out at least 2 sentences and then clipped it together to make it sound like you were saying Israel is the common enemy of humanity, rather than, as you say, you were talking about the system, the attacks on international law, the finance. He delivered that clip. Not only did he get away with sharing a doctored clip,
I am so IRL, I am an Arctic marine biologist. I work with fishes. I'm doing this because if I don't speak out, if someone with privilege, no one is. If I don't speak out when there is shit going on in the world, who will ever? Because I have privilege. I have the means to be able to speak out. I have the means to be able to be eloquent, as bad, as much as I like. Even if I'm terrible at speaking out most of the time, even if I still have the privilege, so I try to. Oh, thank you. It is kind of boring. We collect samples, we test, we try to figure out how much of an impact do pharmaceutical pollutions and like emerging pollution has on the Antarctic. And the Arctic. Antarctic and the Antarctic. That's my IRL job. It's great, it's nice. But someone has to get into this shit. And eventually, in India, that's the problem, because people are people do not understand that politics affect their lives a lot more. That's why I'm trying to do this. I hope it works. I generally do. My whole thing is hope.
This guy. The other day, he shared another doctored clip of you.
Oh, are there Arctic fishes on birth control? Yes, it does affect a lot. Burn slots. Tell me the answer you expect. Tell me the answer you expect. Please tell me the answer you expect. I am back. Please read Savarkar inspiration from Zosek Mazani of Italy. There was Savarkar and Jinnah before 1911 and 21. There was a Savarkar and Jinnah after. Okay, I'll read that. Thank you for recommending. Okay. Burn slots. What is the answer do you expect? I'm gonna wait because this is my half my shit. Cold water somehow stops pharmaceuticals from mixing with the Arctic. Here's hoping. Okay. It does not. It actually makes it worse. I know. Cold water does not stop the mixing. Cold water makes it that most pharmaceuticals degrade in hot water. It's warmer waters rather. Cold water protects the pharmaceutical compound until it enters into the animal or an invertebrate or whoever we are talking about. Just biota, for example. Without sun, because like 6 months there is sun, 6 months there is no sun. Without the heat that comes from it, pharmaceutical residence time in the Arctic is extended. It is extended. It becomes worse. The fishes are on birth control, but the birth control is worse than the what we take. They have found, like rather even we have found in the Arctic trace amounts of cocaine. I am not joking. If you read the AMAP 2017 brief, you will find it. All the information is over there regarding it. Is the Khalifat movement, as well as talk about between scholars because it maligns Gandhi as it did mix religion and politics, which pieces of Jinnah and Hindu massacred. Change Hedweger. Okay. So I'll read about it and I will let you know. We'll do an entire stream of it. I get it. Are you the serious? Thanks. I hope you get to keep your important. Yeah, that is a concern with the doing this. But I will. Like, I'm currently in Europe, so like the whole, I have like protection from job loss. I will read about the Caliphate movement. I'll get back to you serious. I will address this later on. Do not worry about it. I have not much information right now, so I'm not going to say anything pro or against it. All I'll say this is if you are someone who has changed your outlook, your political vision, just because of like Gandhi mixing religion and politics, if you go like the extremely opposite direction, your convictions were false to begin with. That is one. Currently, I do not agree with a lot of things that like our forefathers have said. There are things I disagree Ambedkar about. I have academic disagreements about some things that Ambedkar has said. That does not mean I'm going to give up on being left. I'm not going to turn right just because I have a disagreement. I'm going to address it. That's how academic discussions work. Because the grifting that happened, if you say so, my guy, I'm not ridiculing for WhatsApp University. I was not the one who was ridiculing you. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I am neither left or right, debate both because I do not agree both, as both are arrogant, consider themselves to be the ultimate truth. That is not true. Left or right do not consider themselves to be the absolute truth. These are the political ideologies. Take it as you will. Most people, they have done research, are a mix of both. I am telling you that if you want, I will read this through. I will. You have my word for it. What I am saying is, irrespective of all of this, if Savarkar was truly left, he should not, and he was truly left and he didn't believe in or he understood what he was saying, he should not have grifted to the right. I am making an argument on his ideology. That is my point. How did Gandhi mix religion and politics? Lol, this is the new level Delulu. Congress entire identity, separation of religion and politics. BJP mix religion with politics. Yes, that too. I think, Bliss, it would be helpful if you text him on YouTube, because he's on YouTube. You are on Twitch. And he's telling me that I'm doing that. I'm just reading your comment. I think that would be better for him understanding your point of view. Serious. I am not going against you. I'm not going for you right now. I am being neutral for you. I am trying to understand your point of view, even if I'm reading other comments. Can we understand that in the base? Yes or no? It's a simple yes or no, serious. I'm trying to be academic here to make sure that we are still sticking on the topic, because it happened a few times. We got detracted way too much.
In which they edited a speech of yours to make you sound like a supporter of Hamas. We're living in a very dangerous age, are we not, where people are able to smear one another, not just forget AI, just with old-fashioned editing.
As for Israel, yes, Netanyahu is very genocidal, but I also believe Israel has a right to exist because Christendom and Islamic regime, they will prosecute it for being... That is just complete false. That is just complete false. Also, countries don't have the right to exist. People do. And Israel already exists. Israel is a colonial state. I'm sorry you do not know the history of Israel as much as you might have known the history of Savarkar. Take it from someone who has been saying this throughout this stream multiple times. I don't know where you were when I actually said it. Israel was created as a colony to colonize the region. They are no different than the British in India. If you are in support of Israel in the former territory of Palestine, in occupied Palestine, if you are in support of Israel, you are in support of the British while in India. But then again, RSS, so kind of checks out. Just be clear, my friend. Just be clear what you're talking about. The Jews do not, like, these are not ethnically, there's no ethnic Jew, because Judaism is a religion. There's no ethnicity attached to it. Netanyahu is from Poland. His family is from Poland. His family did not speak Hebrew. Hebrew itself was a dead language. It was recreated by the Zionist lobby in 1897 or 1856 or something. It's not fundamental. Serious. Yes, Palestinians are being wronged and betrayed without a doubt. Therefore, I believe two-state solution. Okay, listen. Two-state solution has not worked because of Israel. Israel keeps invading the two-state Palestinian that was there for Palestine. It keeps colonizing. It keeps expanding. If you have a problem, if you want to be supportive of the two-state solution, you have to understand that Israel is the one who keeps betraying that solution. At one point, Palestinians had agreed to it. The Israelis betrayed it. It wasn't the Palestinians. It wasn't Hamas. It just wasn't. Even Hamas was at once funded by Israelis to create ruckus in Palestine. They broke off from Israel. This was in like 2006. The Israel-Palestine, I'm not going to say conflict, it does ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, has been going on since 1948. All of the wars that you think are like pro-Israel or Israel was right, they were not. That is literally just propaganda. Every single war, the five Arab country war, the Yom Kippur, the whatever, all of it was Israel's fault. Israel incited that war to gain more territory. This is not me saying, this is history saying. You cannot support Israel as an Indian. If you support Israel as an Indian, that means you would be in support of the British. America will support Pakistan, Israel to the hilt, no matter what they do. Israel is genocidal, but Pak is less. Minorities are 1% from 22%. Bangladesh masses and rape and what's your point? Also, you can't be pro-Savarkar and anti-Jinnah and anti-Gandhi. You have either be pro-Gandhi and anti-Savarkar, anti-Jinnah, or anti-Gandhi, pro-Savarkar. Okay, now I'm just confusing. I'm just confused here. Serious. What's your point? Like, are you saying Pak is more genocidal? Sure. Why do I have a... Why would I not? Fine. I don't care about Pakistan, my friend. I do not. I care about India. I care about people under genocide. You want me to talk in favor of Pakistani Hindus? Fine. Pakistani Hindus, the population has disappeared. That is not currently the point that we are discussing, because we're talking about Israel-Palestine. You want to have a different conversation on this? We can have the whole conversation on this. It is when it comes up, we'll talk about this. We'll talk about Indian Muslims right after this. We will talk about Indian Muslims. Right? We bring it up at that point. You're not going to find any pushback if you're just going to be talking about like minority oppression in other countries. It is bad. It is horrible. Like, I'm talking about being like pro-Iran, but I'm more like, I don't know if you were there from the beginning. I'm pro-Iran because I'm pro-Iranian people. And I want the best for what is best for them. I am not pro-Iran to be pro-Ayatollah. Ayatollah, the regime has been extremely oppressive, but the American invasion is not the way to get rid of it. The people need to rise up. Do you understand? Also, to be honest with you, Israel is far more genocidal than Pakistan. That is like if you're just comparing, it is just there. Like, they kill children, they headshot children from the back in an active what? First time, Mugs Money. Rising up means allowing America to take over Iran? Not always, but in this scenario, yes. Like, in today's Iran, yes, because America will take over whatever movement that you are creating. But it doesn't always mean rising up means taking America over. It is not a bilateral choice. It is not like just bipartisan choice. Like, it's America or no America. That is just not true. The Iranian people have been resisting the Ayatollah for a very long time. The control of the Ayatollah has been diminishing. The issue here is America sees that, and America is trying to put its nose up their ass. Burn slots. No. It's the question from Jade wasn't like how did it like answer me? It was not for like, oh, she doesn't know, or she's trying to engage with the person to see how much they understand the point. It happens a lot of times, especially here, that when people chirp something like this randomly in the middle of a conversation, they do not know what they're talking about at all. At all. They are just chirping based on some shit they've read. It's superficial. That's the whole point, is to get to people, to get to think. Take it from me, Bliss is the smartest person you have ever met, or even I have ever met, especially in terms of like international politics, ideological politics. I do not agree with your thesis on several themes completely. No, go on. So you choose explain where you stand. Go on, Kaurene. Let me express a huge respect for neutrality and words you chose in explaining where you stand. Thank you. You can explain if you want. It's fine. This is the whole point, is to have a conversation with people as well while teaching something out here. I'm gonna go forward with the video. When you write whatever you post it, I will read it out. No worries.
Mehdi, yes and no. In the sense, we are not talking of artificial intelligence here. Look, I would like people to notice two things. First of all, the cut and paste of that video was so rudimental that it was almost insulting to human intelligence. Let artificial intelligence aside. But the thing is that I believe that they did it knowing that they would not face consequences, as usual.
I swear to you guys, we really need to get monitors because I need a new chair because my ass is dying. Like seriously, my ass is fucking dying.
Because this is probably the 12th time that they launch a smear campaign that has a huge impact on, let's say, my credibility. And what is interesting that this time there has been an incredible pushback from the United Nations, diplomats, civil servants, intellectuals, artists, students, and this is who we are. We are a movement, and we are acting and reacting more and more organically. This is why I tell, hey folks, don't despair. You do not undo a system that has profound roots, historical, political, and it has been ongoing for centuries.
I have to address this. Give me a second. Expansion in fundamentalism can achieve. That is not true. Without Savarkar, Hindutva, Hindus are done. Hindutva is a fascist ideology, so good. Drop them into magma. I don't care. What should we do? We have given Sindh and half of Punjab and Bengal. No, we have not. That was what was written. Why do you consider that land? Do you want, like, as a Hindutva person, do you want all of these Muslims being part of India? I don't think so. Why do you care? Now we give Kashmir. You're not giving Kashmir anywhere. Tomorrow, Northeast, you might have to give up because of the actions of Modi right now, not because of anything else. You want to really fight for Northeast, fight for the people of Northeast, whoever they are, and their safety. Not have a Manipur-like situation. The only reason why the current Manipur Liberation Army has been reactivated is because of Modi and his inability to, and rather, not just inability, the support he has for the massacre of the cookies. Because of the massacre of the cookies, that the current government has allowed to happen, is why we have Manipur Liberation Movement coming into focus again. So Hindus were safe under Congress but are in danger under BJP. Without BJP or Savarkar or RSS are done. Like, seriously, if Hindus want to survive, can they not survive in India? Because Hindutva is a terrorist organization. It's a terrorist ideology. They wanted to bomb places in India. How do you not realize that? They had, like, we have a whistleblower who keeps saying that the RSS wanted to bomb select places in India to increase the contempt against the Muslim population. I'm talking about the whole Israel ethnic cleansing. For decades, I feel sympathy for Israel, but Jews as a nation, also for what they had to go through during World War II. But it simply died the day I saw what they were doing in Gaza and the West Bank. And in that, where they began bringing the little Okay, Kaurane, I agree with you completely. I am not being neutral when it comes to Israel-Palestine. I am sorry, that was not the point. Oh, you thought okay. I am not being neutral with Israel-Palestine. I am just explaining the history of Israel-Palestine and fuck Israel. I am just trying to explain to this person that if you want a two-state solution, I don't want a two-state solution. Two-state solution does not work. What I was explaining to this person was that if you wanted a two-state solution, the one party that is completely going against a two-state solution from the beginning was Israel. Israel doesn't want the two-state solution, even if keeps using it as a shield against its own, like to shield it against its genocidal tendencies. I am not saying, like, I am not being neutral in this specific scenario. I was just trying to explain to this person how he's kind of being stupid with Israel-Palestine. Bangladeshi people are repeatedly saying this. Search MD Hard Triumph book that he gifted. I know. As for his neutrality, I said political neutrality and chose. Oh, okay. I am not. Okay, let me just be clear. I'm very left. I am not going to be neutral on the actual genocide that is going on right now. I'll be neutral on a lot of things. I'm never being neutral on a genocide. That is my line in the sand. I am never going to be neutral on a country invading another country, whoever it is. I don't care. I'm not going to be neutral by ethnic cleansing. That is, my political neutrality is not, I am not politically neutral. I am politically left. I was just trying, what is the presidential? Yeah, yeah, true. The colleges made me left. Oh my God, the colleges are to blame. The thing is, I was just talking to Sirius about that whatever he's saying, like if he's left or right or whatever, I am coming towards him to understand what he is trying to say. That is my entire point here, because I wanted to understand what he was trying to say. That is it. I'm personally ideologically very much left. In Northeast is only Christian, only Nagaland. So, okay, serious. Bangladesh people are repeatedly saying this. Yes, they are. I know. So I don't need to search. I know. Book that he gifted many dignitaries. What does the map show? In Northeast, majority is not Christian, only Nagaland and probably Mizoram. So, make the people happy. Make them want to be part of India. Kashmiris, every single time their shit goes on, they are crying on the internet. They are crying in protest that they are Indians. That they are Indians. They do not want, they did not want Pahalgam to happen. They did not want the atrocities against Hindus in the region. They are protesting for it. And yet, the same Kashmiris are thought of as terrorists. Republic TV did a whole section for what, a week? About how Kashmiris are terrorists. How they blamed Kashmiris for what happened at the Red Fort. We knew that was Jamshed. We knew that was a terror outfit in Pakistan. Not one person spoke about Pakistan. Every single person spoke about how Kashmiris are bad. Why do you think the separatist movement exists? Is because of shit like this. If you continuously disenfranchise a population, continuously do not listen to their pleas, that they are begging you at this point to just recognize them as Indians. And the right-wing movement just does not. The government just does not. Everyone keeps crying. Yeah, I know he's a joker. I know, but listen to the bigger point I'm trying to make here. The point here is they are begging, they are trying to tell you that they are Indians too. The Kukizo tribe, up until very recently, was begging that they are Indians. Were begging that they are Indians. The Prime Minister has not visited. The current government, the current BJP right-wing government has done nothing for them. Why do you think they will think, oh fuck, the Indian government doesn't give a shit about us. They do not think we are Indians. Yes, about apartheid being a lower caste, they are the biggest base of BJP. I'm also lower caste. Most upper caste right elite have no idea ground realities, so become left. Okay, serious. Do you think being left is like ground reality, BJP not BJP? Do you think BJP is right? Dude, Congress is center right. What do you think the left is? Left is socialism. Left is Marxism. Left is asking for your fucking right to work. You want to tell me that all of the people in the lower caste are right-wing, BJP, whatever. I'm not going to fight with you on this. Because again, I don't care what you think. Let me just be clear. because that is again wrong. What I care about right now is your understanding that left means Congress. Left does not mean Congress. Left means socialist, communist, whatever, like it's a broad spectrum, ideologies. I'm not going to be a conservative. I'm not a conservative. This is the most basic way I can explain this to you. While I am Russian, I have to stand with my government in relationship of perpetual struggle between embedded nationalism, and it's heated by actions of the EU, US, and a common sense. And this war is a shit show of a state incompetence. Yes. I have no arguments there. You are gonna find like a lot more support with Bliss as well here. The mod, like she says the same thing. I fight her on it a lot, but she has some very good points. So you are going to love her. We discussed this multiple times, how NATO kind of fucked over Russia as well. But again, Russia should not have invaded. That is my like line in the sand. But NATO did fuck over Russia a lot. That it is just the truth. So don't worry. This space that we are in right now, the space that we are in, even the mods that we have here, the people that we are, even on the Discord, if you want to join, all of them do understand the situation very clearly. It's never, you're never going to have me saying like, no, you have to support the EU. You have to, sorry, I should not have hit the camera, not microphone. Like you have to support the EU, you have to support NATO. That is not going to ever be the case. Yes, about the privilege thing, it's an era of internet. Everyone who has a phone has a privilege enough to speak for themselves. Era of voiceless and underprivileged. Bro, if you are really thinking that you are not listening to what happened to Umar Khalid, if you are really listening to that, you don't know what happened to like Sharjeel Imam. You are not, if you are saying that you have no idea what repression and techno-feudalism is. At what point, if a genocide is happening, is it okay for the people being oppressed to fight back from the beginning? It is okay. I'm going to be very clear with you. Hamas is not a terrorist organization. By international law, Hamas is a freedom fighting movement. That is quite literally what the UN Charter says. It's amazing how different we are and how we all get to talk about heavy topics. We barely understand internet for the win. Internet for the win. It has given, like, there are good things that came off from the internet. The bad thing is Sangi's got a voice. Whether people stand up for oppressed people, that is the question. Yes, that is true. That is the question. That's why this. Well, then you need to support Russia's defense of the... Russia does not have rights over their Ukrainian territory, my friend. That is what I'm going to tell you. No one has a right to any territory. No one has rights to territory. There is no land that you can claim yours. You can claim the people if they want to be part of you. That is what is happening. If tomorrow entirety of the Ukraine population says we are joining Russia, I'm like, go on, I don't care. There people, you said like people have the right. See, are they Ukrainian or not? Do they want to join in Russia or not? That is my entire point. If tomorrow, rather if before Russia had not invaded and things were going back, would they have chosen to move into Russia? If they have, fine. The fact is Russia did invade, right? Russia did invade. They speak... So, like, the land should have been moved to Russia already. The fact that it wasn't, why wasn't it? You have to think about that. If tomorrow, like, all of Ukraine wants to join Russia, good, you can do it peacefully. Russia, if all of these 100% speaking Russian speak, whatever, all of them were Russian, all together, tell me, why did Russia had to invade? See, this is not genocide. They were not being killed. They were not being killed. If they were, I would be against Ukraine as well. The point here is, it is very difficult question. Saying from first row, you may say, yeah, I mean, it is a very difficult question. I still have to address it somehow. I'm trying my best here. Like, if you were on Discord, I would have been able to be more eloquent here. There's only so much referencing I can do because I still want to go back to the damn interview. It's I'm not going to show it off stream, my friend Mugs. Okay, I'm getting bogged down here. Hold on. Serious, you deleted a message. Yeah, Bliss is a she, not a he. It's see, there are ways for you to address Nazi ukrops without Russia invading. It's the same thing we are talking about here. It's literally the same thing we are talking about here with the Ayatollah. Do you think the lives of the people, if America was invading Iran for like the lives of like the 1,000 people that were killed in the protests, do you think it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing? How is this any different? Anyway, we are getting back. This is getting heavy. Mugs Money, if you want to talk about this further, join the Discord, join the server. That is what I'll tell you. You're going to find a lot of varied arguments, and you're going to find a very detailed arguments, especially from Bliss. She has done her entire thesis on this. You can talk to her. Nazism is not, it's not unknown reasons. Nazism is just fascism. Fascism is just a right-wing authoritarian ideology. And that's the base of it. Nazis were just fascists. Nazi is just in the name of it. It's like, that's the most relatable name people have. That's why they call everything Nazi. No, this is like fascist ukrops. You can say that. Like the Hindutva fascists. They're Hindutva fascists. You can call them Hindutva Nazis as well. That's why Nazis are, it's just a name. It is there to signify fascism. Again, I will say this again. Mugs Money, if you want to talk about this further, join the Discord, talk to Bliss. She is extremely intelligent and she can answer you much better than I can. It's her subject. She knows the most about it. She can reference shit out of air, like perfect references. I cannot do that. The only reason I am here in place of her is because I have the privilege to talk. I understand that. If I find a Nazi in Russia, we can invade them. Yeah, that is also a thing. Like the Wagner group is like literal Nazis at this point. Like the Nazi argument is kind of bullshit anyway most of the time. Like,
and in Palestine for 100 years, you don't dismantle it overnight. It requires awareness, coordination, and resilience.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism. Well, you've been very resilient. You say you've been under attack for a long time, people calling for your resignation, smearing you. The French foreign minister, as you mentioned, was the first to come out and call for your resignation. He said you should be fired at the next Human Rights Council meeting on February 23rd. The French haven't backed down, as you say. What is your response to the French government?
I wish you had a bit of this, exercised a bit of this scrutiny on those who are accused of war crimes, crimes against humanity before the International Criminal Court, instead of allowing them to fly over the airspace, yes. I mean, through the airspace of your country. And I wish you had done something as convinced as the attack against me over fabricated statements to stop the crimes in Gaza and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory.
You made several misconceptions in the statement. Russia doesn't defend Russian territory in Ukraine by defending the country. You don't.
The best of it.
I just said I'm stopping. You can keep talking if you want. Like, I'm just saying I'm not going to say shit about this. You're welcome to discuss. That's the whole point. You can discuss it on Discord as well. It's fine with me. If you have a question to me, just tag me. I'm going forward with this. There are other people who watch this later.
The recognition of the
If we
state
get
of
bogged down with
Palestine
conversation, it's going to be a
as
problem.
the quintessential proof that they have done so much for Palestine.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the audacity.
Yes.
And 35 years later, they recognize the state of Palestine.
I do want to ask about the UN. You mentioned the UN, Francesca. Stefan Dujarric, who I'm sure you know, spokesman for the Secretary General, he was asked during a briefing recently about the French minister's call for your resignation. In his response, he made clear, quote, how completely separate from the Secretary General you are. He said they don't agree with much of what she says, referring to you, and that the issue needs to be addressed by member states themselves. He didn't say anything about the video being doctored. He didn't say anything about all of the malicious smears against you. And he didn't say anything about UN Watch, this pro-Israel group, abusing its UN accreditation to attack you. What do you make of the UN Secretary General distancing himself from you?
It's his approach. I don't even think it deserves comments. I mean, I remember that Kofi Annan, a previous Secretary General of the United Nations, kept special procedures very close to his heart. In the sense, yes, of course we are independent, which is the reason why I can be also so outspoken.
Yeah.
And it's my independence, like that of Michael Fakhri or other special rapporteurs, who are Richard Bennett, who are all so vocal. But
I am saying if you want to have the discussion, you're free to have the discussion. I'm not going to address it. I'm not going to address it because there are people who watch the stream later. And if I keep talking every 5 minutes, it's going to be a problem for them. In India, it's not like streaming is not very popular yet. We are more or less like, I'm like the second streamer in India. Not even joking. So yes, we will watch Arfa as well on the Iran issue. So I'm just trying to keep people who are, because they are never going to watch Zateo. Like Indians may watch my stream, but they're never going to watch Zateo. So we are going through it for a reason. And like they don't know who is Francesca Albanese and how much she's going through to stand up for what is right. This is why we have to learn about, like, this is for people later. Salam alaikum. Walaikum salam. I am not Muslim. So this is why we need to learn about Francesca Albanese and what she's going through, because she's the one person who's standing up for what is right. She's the one person who is standing up against the Israeli and Zionist lobby, and she's getting shat on. That's why we need to talk about her, and we need to listen to her story and apply it to ourselves. We need to start speaking out. ACB Comrade, if you're new here, please do subscribe if you can.
Used to say that
also if
special procedures are the eyes and ears, the crown jewels of the international system, of the UN system. And what shall I say? Thank you, spokesperson.
They don't like your
General. You made your point.
They don't like your independence for sure. Before I go to our audience,
I live with it. Frankly, it's fine.
Before I go to the audience, Donald Trump said today at his Board of Peace meeting, the war is over in Gaza, even though something like 600 people can...
The war is not over. They keep bombing the shit out of those people. The war is was never over. Okay, it was not a war. It was a genocide. The genocide is never over.
Conservative estimate have been killed in Gaza since the quote-unquote ceasefire. Is the genocide in Gaza over, Francesca?
But clearly not. Clearly not. But I don't think that President Trump or anyone in his circle cares anything for what's going on in Gaza. There is an Italian parliamentarian who said something that I find very fitting. He said, looking at what's going on in Gaza, it seems that the Western countries, and apologies because I know it's not very appropriate, still colonial language, but let's say the global minority has moved from immobilism to immobiliarism. And there is a colonial fare around it, which is really mind-blowing. That board of peace is it's not a stab in the back, it's a punch in the face of the UN system, because it's not only trying to obliterate international law, the law of self-determination, the ICJ advisory opinion, anything that has been written under the auspices of the United Nations in the past 80 years and the Geneva Conventions, etc. I think it's also creating an alternative. So it's displacing and replacing. It's creating something else. This board of peace, it's an imperial version of the post-Security Council.
Genocide, never a war. Yeah, it was never a war. Yeah, some deep stuff to think about. Exactly. Kauran, you can talk. Papaksh is not saying don't talk. It just say that he will ignore the discussion going in between the members. You folks can talk amongst yourselves, no issues. War you gain in some way, genocide you destroy. Exactly. So okay, there is a reason why this is a genocide and not a war. Like with respect to what Israel has been doing. Israel in 2006 or 7 was asked, why not take over this entire region all on your own? The reason why they gave was, there is a huge amount of Arabic population within Israel. There's a huge amount of Arabic population in the then expanded territory that was like bigger than this is now in West Bank and in Gaza. If they had taken over, and if this was not an ethnic cleansing or a genocide, if this was just a land grab, they would have had to give all of these people the right to live there, the right to survive. That would mean that the Jewish people, the Ashkenazi Jews or the Zionist Jews within this new land that is formed, would be the minority, and the government of Israel would, quote unquote, fall. This is why they opt for genocide and not a war in whatever they're doing right now. This is why they murder babies. This is why their drones specifically find and shoot children. So the next population will be lower than the previous one, so they can take over this entire land without being in the minority. That's why this is going on for so long. That's why the Zionist project has still going on slowly, steadily every few years by each successive prime minister of Israel coming in and not really changing what is happening. That is why this is a genocide. They want to kill everyone so they can take over later. It is absolutely horrendous. It is absolutely heartless, absolutely immoral. It's been going on for 70 years. I do not know how Palestinians still have hope, which they do. And that's why I look at like Indians losing hope out of literally nowhere as compared to the Palestinians. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you going to? Like, this is why we need to have hope, especially in India as well. And especially in the world. If Palestinians can still resist after 70 years of an occupation, ethnic cleansing and genocide happening every few years, if they can still get off their asses and resist, we can resist fascism that is growing. We can resist techno-fascism. We can resist like the fascism at home and in our societies. End of the day, that is what matters.
Council era. And I'm not surprised that this US administration comes up with such a proposal. I'm shocked that there are other countries sitting in that board, including the head of the World Bank. Because international organizations don't need to be human rights organizations, but still, international law is binding in terms of principles and values on everyone, including international organizations. And it's really incredible what's going on. And this is just a lot of work for us.
They're all there just to suck up to Donald Trump. I'm not sure if you saw the ruler of Kazakhstan saying, we need to give him a special peace prize. They all know how to play Donald Trump. Paul Kyo in our comments in the Q&A, one of our subscribers says,
what countries are leading techno-fascism? That's America. America and EU. Like, if you want to like jot down countries that's like prevalent and like where the seeds are going, America and EU. But yeah, corporations do not have countries. Like, it's like general corporations. Like, go watch the. So rather than saying techno-fascism, I would. I'm sorry, I misspoke there. It's techno-feudalism, to be very correct on this point. Go watch like the Zateo news on. Hold on, I'll just show you on techno-feudalism. He was interviewing Yanis Varoufakis. The guy had a new book. It is amazing. It is amazing. I'll just send you the link. I mean, watch it after the stream, honestly. But the point is, Yanis Varoufakis has an amazing argument about techno-feudalism, about how Twitter, the gain of Twitter for Elon Musk wasn't just a meme. It was a effort into techno-feudalism, techno-fascism, that he needed X. He needed a platform like Zuckerberg needs Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp. Like Amazon requires Amazon. Like all of the shit that Amazon is doing, because Amazon is not like it's not an organization that is selling you stuff. It is, by the Yanis is being prosecuted by the drug he said he took 20 years. Yes, I know. I read about that. We're going to cover it on Tuesday. I'm well aware of it. I'll be glad to check it out, but just curious how a leftist sees it. Oh, okay. I mean, I am anti-fascism and anti-feudalism, however form it comes in. Like, it is bad. It is something we have to speak up against as well. If we have to organize and mobilize against it. We don't really have a choice here. It's like either we do it or we get fucked over every 5 seconds. Like, do we really expect us to come out of this? Like, do we really expect to come out of this in one piece? If we let techno-feudalism run up its game, we already do not have jobs. We are facing the highest amount of joblessness crisis in the world as well. I'm not just going to say India, but in the world. The prices of rent in every single country are going way higher than how much money we are making. On top of that, there is techno-feudalism, where every single thing is filtered through. Like, the reason we were watching a Ravish Kumar video instead of going to the actual data is because I cannot access a video that is pro-Iran in Europe. I cannot access a real video of people crying over the Ayatollah in Europe. If that is not techno-feudalism, that is not techno-fascism, I don't know what it is. There's a reason why they're trying to cover all bases in this whole thing. They want to create permissibility through techno-feudalism. They want to control people through techno-feudalism, rather control the populace. They understood a long time ago that propagandizing in the olden ways is not going to be enough. They need to be propagandizing people to improve their profits. This is not even about like, oh, I'm going to rule the government. I'm going to be the typical what's like villain arc, like, oh, I'm going to rule the world. I'm going to be like the leader of the world. It's not even that. I don't care about that. It's literally about profit. It's literally about capital. It's literally about making more money and having more money and having whatever. And that's why they're fucking us over. Like, at the end of the day, techno-feudalism, techno-fascism, even feudalism has such a basic reason behind it. It is laughable. We think these people want to have control, to have power. No, they don't. They just want fucking money. Jesus, like, Steambo is back. Let me just get rid of it. The most annoying shit ever. It's so fucking weird. I don't know. I don't know. It makes me fucking laugh. Makes me fucking laugh. Like, we are falling for techno-feudalism over such a basic ass reason. Just because they want to be fucking rich. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, bored ass rich billionaires just want to control people.
He's grateful to you, Francesca. He says, how do average global citizens support your efforts to end the genocide in Gaza?
Look, I wouldn't be who I am without the absolute love and energy that pours from everywhere. Just to tell you, I've been in Rome, and it's not because it's Italy, but I've been in Rome like 5-6 times over the past year. Most of the time I can't even pay a taxi driver because people say, oh, it's you, we are so sorry for what's going on. And I mean, I've received this week a dinner. Someone sent me Mexican food, knowing that I'm vegetarian. It was all vegetarian, saying, we want to support you, just tell us what we can do. And someone paid to have Mexican food delivered at my home. I don't know, these are small things, but wherever I go, there are thousands of people coming to listen to probably quite boring lectures. And I'm joking, they're not boring at all, but still, I mean, they're depressing. We talk about genocide, we talk about the killing.
That's such an academic response to be like, oh, my lectures are for boring. Oh, they're not boring at all. I do that all the fucking time. I do that about this stream as well.
And maiming and orphaning of children. There are over 1 million people in Gaza who have remained homeless, who have been made homeless. I don't know, it's very...
Also, just to be clear, homelessness is an economic issue. Homelessness is not something that happens to you. It is systematic violence that gives rise to homelessness. I'll say this again. Homelessness is not something that you do or something that is your fault. And this is like, I'm not just saying this in terms of Gaza. I'm saying this in terms of like even homelessness in, say, Russia, homelessness in, say, Europe or America or India. It is something that is done to you. It is a form of systematic violence. And the moment people reckon with it is the moment we can solve that issue. The issue of homelessness is nearly solved in China for a reason. They don't think of homelessness as something it's not a person's responsibility to be homed. It is the government's responsibility to give out as many homes as its people require. That is it.
It's very scarring. And still there are people coming because we are coming together as one. And there are a few people who had the privilege to talk about what's going on, to denounce the system. And I'm one of those. But again, I thank Palestine for giving me the opportunity to become a...
Because of so much going on Nitase, we have not focused on Indian news for a long time. The news wallet tapri is full of uncovered. So I know I have been thinking about this like since the past few days. We have to get back to it on Tuesday. Like, just shit, there's so much going on. We have to get back to it eventually. But this is just important. Yeah, I know. I really want to discuss the Indian apartheid. I really want to discuss the video, but it just takes time.
A better person.
We have to,
Francesca, Brian.
I can tell you this much. When we get monetized, when we have enough people here, we are just going to do 8-hour streams. We are literally just going to do 8-hour streams. I don't really see an option otherwise. If we have to cover everything, we are going to have like a few more mods on Discord, a few more people curating the stream one day before just to speak about it and like just getting this through. Like having like a meeting every single night just to get through all of this immediately.
Brian Florian asks, he says, you're loved, loved, loved in Southern California, he says. How can we get an accurate death toll from Gaza? The numbers vary anywhere from 71,000 to 680,000. Makes it hard to have an honest conversation about it.
It's very hard. I don't think there is a possibility to really determine, other than through the conservative figures that the Ministry of Health in Gaza is distributing, it's sharing. We have between 75,000 and 80,000 people who have been killed by strike, so bombs or violent death. This account doesn't include those who have died because of starvation, because of medical neglect, because of lack of medicines, because of chronic illnesses that cannot be cured, including skin diseases. Now there is also meningitis starting to spread, and this is going to be an epidemic if it's not contained. There is lack of vaccines, and now just today I was reading, and this is going to be very painful for mothers, especially nursing mothers who might be listening to us. Israel is allowing baby formula to enter, but every truck or every convoys contain a different formula brand, which means that the babies have to be moved from one formula to another, getting sick, because nursing mothers who cannot nurse are already in strong pain. And when you see your child suffering because it cannot be nourished, this is one. But also now Israel only allows Israeli goods in. These are the last information. And Palestinians are very suspicious because this would not be the first time that they find either pills in the food or other contaminants. Look, I mean, Israel is getting rid of the Palestinians in the most sadistic way this century could afford. And it's shocking that no one stops it. We're just talking of this kind of brutal killing, but what about those who have disappeared? There are probably 11,000 people under the rubble. 11,000. And then there are about 10,000 people in jail and 4,000 people unaccounted for. And it's shocking. It's really shocking.
It is. Roshan Gadamian asks Francesca, did you walk into this knowing that you'd get smeared with no recourse? Because the cost to you has been tremendous to you and your family. What makes it worth the cost to you? He also points out, you've been sanctioned since last summer. It makes you almost an unperson on the international scene.
I cannot answer with the mind I had 3 years ago, because I think, knowing myself, that had I known what I was putting myself into, I wouldn't have done it. I mean, I'm not that courageous. I'm not. I wish I was courageous. I'm not. I'm just someone who has a strong integrity, and that is tested at every step. And I don't pedal back because I always do the right thing. But this is a choice made in the moment. 3 years ago, I was definitely not prepared for this. Yes, I would know. I could expect the smears because I've seen how they tormented, like the pro-genocide minions in Geneva and others, how they tormented Richard Falk, Michael Link, even John Dugard. I mean, 3 authorities in international law who held this mandate. So I was expecting some fierce attacks, but not like this. And especially this is something I was not expecting. The cowardice and the complicity member states could get involved in. This has been a complete shock to me. Germany, Italy, France, Ireland, but even Ireland, I mean, it's not as solid government-wise as we would have expected. We have had Spain and Slovenia, like holding the fort to an extent, but the rest of Europe has been pathetic at the government level, at the EU institution level, but not the people, not the people. The people of Europe are really preparing the ground for what I call the post-genocide multilateralism that we need to build, a decolonized multilateralism without these privileges and without these unfettered and unchecked ultra-capitalist forces governing politics.
Decolonize multilateralism is a good phrase and one we should use.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this before I bring in another question for the audience. What is it like being sanctioned by the US on the international scene? A lot of international criminal court prosecutors and judges have also been sanctioned. You've been sanctioned.
I don't really know what that means when you get sanctioned as a single person. Like, what are you going to do? Like, you get like taxed more. I wonder.
Sanctioned. What is it like? How difficult does it make your life?
It's brutal. Look, I don't think that people can understand. And
I just no, I cannot understand. I'm so sorry. I just don't know what that means.
So I'm lucky because I have my family who has come under attack because of the same reasons. I mean, trying to silence me in every possible way. But basically, as of July last year, I've not been able to access any of my resources. I cannot have a bank account. I cannot receive money. I cannot make any financial transaction. And, you know, if I were someone just needing a bank account to buy online, it would be bad, but I travel all the time. I used to rent cars and I cannot. I used the credit card. I would not even have cash. Now I have to go around with a bunch of notes and it's pretty inconvenient, but also I need to have someone taking care of me because I cannot access my resources. Imagine I was alone. Without a family, without, and of course there are friends saying, can we help you? But it's also a matter of pride. I mean, why do I have to be financially censored?
You've committed
Come
no
on,
you've committed
what have
no
I done?
crimes. You've committed no crimes. And
this is the thing, the sanctions, sorry to interrupt, Mehdi, but it's a judgment without appeal that skips the trial. Because had there been a trial, had there been a process, I would have had the opportunity to defend myself. And it's not just the US, it's the entire system, because banking-wise, we are wired to the US.
Which is another reason why people probably should get de-wired from the US if this is how the US uses its financial clout. Don Wagner says, thank you for your consistency, courage, modeling resistance for Palestine. Please comment on how Israel and Trump have attempted to replace the United Nations with UN Security Council Resolution 2803, and how can this be reversed by another UN Security Council resolution or the General Assembly? Will the Board of Peace fail?
No, first of all, I want to share something that was said by a friend of mine here in Tunisia. He said, yes, about the UN Security Council resolution that I immediately analyzed and criticized. I said, it pains me because the UN Security Council is the most important decision-making power in our world, but at the same time, it crossed the line. It's wrong. Palestinians have the right to self-determination and no one else should decide for them. And they shouldn't be guarded. They shouldn't be observed, monitored. They should be helped heal the wounds of the genocide. The reconstruction starts from taking care of the victims and from accountability. Gaza is a crime scene, and so investigators have to come in before the bulldozers, you know. And this is one. But the second thing is the Board of Peace. Will it succeed? It depends. It really depends on us. I feel that there is, as I was saying, a human rights movement that has globalized. It has been building over the time, because you will remember 30 years ago, there was the altermondialist movement that was crushed. But we have a different kind of movement where the youngest generation is also playing a very important, though not always acknowledged, role. But this movement is probably dreaming less, but it's more pragmatic. And the BDS, for example, look at the BDS, is finding fertile ground everywhere. It's the ABC of a grammar of ethical citizenship, and it works everywhere. It starts with Palestine, but it works for us. It works for the Black Lives Matters movement. It works for the indigenous people in Canada, in Australia. It works for people in Africa. So it's really about holding.
Guys, just told you so. This is what we were talking about, like beginning of this stream and yesterday, that it's not going to last more than like Monday or Tuesday. That's it. That was going back to this.
The system accountable, and the financial system is above accountability. We cannot afford this anymore. So Palestine has awakened us. Palestine has shown us the interconnectedness of the struggles and is moving us to mobilization. We need to know what we are moving toward. And this is why I say, I do see us as part of this movement asking for respect of human rights as stipulated in human rights treaties, freedom and social and economic justice as universal values.
Yes.
And lastly, as I said, decolonized multilateralism, enriched not just by the Western values, but also the Sumud, Palestinian Sumud, steadfastness, the Ubuntu from South Africa and neighboring countries. This is what we need. A world for all and not for a few.
Well said. Let's take some more questions before we run out of time. Martin Archer was asking about BDS, but I think you've already answered that, so we're going to dismiss that one. And then we've got a couple of linked questions from Ala Al-Samurai says, what do you make of the UN Security Council over the last 2 years?
I mean, it's been very effective at allowing the genocide to continue, at avoiding taking measures in line with the UN Charter, which talks about the preservation of peace and security. I mean, Israel has been bombing Arab countries one after another. And I don't think the UN Security Council has intervened effectively to stop it. Yes, it has intervened, but maintaining the status quo to the point that it passed a resolution that would allow those who had committed genocide or being accomplices or weapon providers, financial providers, political.
In my opinion, no matter what Trump wants, Iran isn't going to agree to anything now, not after Trump killed its leader. I would, like Ayatollah being killed, I don't think they can sustain a longer war either. Iran is not stupid. I think they would take the stopping of the war and focus down on Israel. They need to get US out of this. That is what I will say. That's all. That is all I will say. Like Iran going forward with this, like we are going to keep warring, is not good for Iran. US has far more army, US has far advanced army, US has far more planes, US have far more missile capacity and capabilities. US, if it runs out, can depend on EU to submit their weapons out. Iran knows that. They are not going to continue. That's all I'll say.
Shields.
Yes, Iran has designed its entire thing for this exact event, but a long war is bad for Iran. A long war just kills more people. It takes over their focus on growing as a country. It takes over everything. How many bombs can Iran produce before it runs out? And how many bombs can America and Israel produce and take from Europe before they run out? Iran is not currently supported by China or Russia. They're not going to last. It's a very small. See, they need nukes. They need nukes to even stand a chance. That's all I'm saying. Once they have nukes, remember there was this rumor that, like John Kirakawa was saying, that the reason why US bombed Iran was because Israel kept saying that we are going to nuke Iran, like directly threatening unless you bomb them. If that is the real scenario, is Iran just needs nuke. Without it, it has to take the win that US has stopped bombing them for now.
To dictate the fate of the people in Gaza.
Yes. Josephine Nguyen asks the related question. First, she says, you should get a Nobel Peace Prize, she says. And then she asks, do you think there is a way to make the UN and the ICC, the International Criminal Court, more effective and morally clear in the short term? Or will it take decades to reform these institutions?
Again, it depends. I think that we in the global minority, otherwise called the global north, are not necessarily ready to endure, especially people from Caucasian background, if you see what I mean. It takes a lot of effort to change a system. We are lucky because now we see the enemy. There is a direct link between the apparent collapse of the multilateral system and its values and the Epstein files. There is a direct link. It's a system of complicity. It looks like, and pardon this expression, which is very strong, but it looks like the orgy of power. This is not our power. This is the power, this is a testosteronic power of multinationals, of lobbyists, and of perpetual war, perpetual conflict.
Yeah.
And those of us, as I was saying in Doha, who do not control heavy capitals, financial capitals, or weapons or algorithms, have all the interest in sticking to one another, forming a real organic group that can act in the name of humanity and solidarity, and fights everywhere we can peacefully and using legal tools as much as possible to change the system. This is the beauty of being in a democracy, that you can change those in power. This is what I'm telling people in Europe.
Yes.
Where half of the population in certain countries like mine doesn't vote. You go to vote. And those who will represent you need to feel accountable, but they will not if there is a way like just indifference around.
On that note, and we're running out of time, Sophia Ansari says, Francesca, you're my hero. If international rulings are ignored without consequence, what does that mean for the future credibility of international law?
Guys, I have to be very clear here. Look at me. Look at me. I can tell you one thing from this interview. Francesca Albanese has a dog. She has a secret dog somewhere behind the camera. I just know it. Whatever she did with her hand right now, I do the same with Sarin. She has a dog. I want to see that dog. Do not forget to like the stream, subscribe to the stream, and especially share the stream. If you are here, check if you're subscribed. Check if you have liked the stream. If you haven't, do it now. Thank you so much.
I think that if the system really fails, our concerns will be much worse than speculating about what remains of international law. I think that we will miss international law and human rights, especially freedom of expression and freedom of association, very much when we will not have them anymore.
Yes.
And this is why we need to stand together. There are so many in the US who are coming together. And this is why I feel bad at talking, say, oh, the US is doing that. It's not the US, it's the US administration. And just take others with you. Together, we are more. Together, we take this world order over in no time. But we need to be able to share with humility whatever we do now.
Okay, bit of an update here. back here. Bit of an update here. Ayatollah Alireza Arfa is Ayan's interim leader after 10 years. So they haven't officially chosen a new leader. The Ayatollah who lost elections last time, I think, is now the new Ayatollah, which is cool, I guess. I don't know. I do not know his politics. He was before my time as YouTuber. I'll get back to you when I learn more.
Next.
Patricia B has a good provocative question. How do you interpret the demand that Hamas and Hezbollah disarm, other than a strategy for Israel to genocide more and steal neighboring land that much more easily?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we can agree on the fact that the methods used by Hamas and Hezbollah have targeted civilians, and Israel has targeted civilians. This is wrong on both sides. But there is something, we cannot really compare Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah, because especially Israel is a state which violates international law through and through and has generated so many distortions, including the political reality that is today Hamas. But frankly, I don't think that we should start the discussion from Hamas, because in any case, the Palestinians have the right to be free from Israeli oppression, apartheid, and to have justice, accountability, and for the refugees to return. Am I the only one who can imagine Israel post-apartheid? Well, it seems that most of the pro-Israel supporters are so jealous of the apartheid. No, they can be a decolonized Israel. Look at New Zealand. There are people who call it Aotearoa, people with indigenous name, people who call it New Zealand. It can be the same. Palestine, Israel, but it is to be a state where everyone has rights, not privileges.
Clearly you're of the view that a two-state solution is fanciful. It's one state with everyone living side by side as equals.
I mean, it's not that I don't think that it's not viable, because Israel has eaten it up.
Yes.
It's going to be very violent to dismantle everything that Israel has created in the occupied Palestinian territory. And frankly, among the settlers, there are normal human beings. They are not all the violent gangs that goes around. So I think that there are many who would leave.
A lot of them are there for financial incentives. They get subsidies to go live in houses in the West Bank.
And again, they might be racist against the Palestinians, huh? They might be racist. So there is a need to really re-educate people to love, not to be scared of the other. The Palestinians have been dehumanized to a point that is beyond what is...
we're still hearing, Francesca, we're still hearing genocidal rhetoric on Israeli TV every day. You see pundits still talking about killing everyone in Gaza. Mohammed Tanbir says, what would you say is the best way to either hold tech corporations, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, who are profiteering from the Gaza genocide accountable, or changing them to be more ethical? I am of the opinion that some companies are too big to boycott, he says.
No, I don't
Jesus, it's way too late for India.
think so.
I think we're going to have to stop right after this.
It starts with coordinated action. I mean, look, I live the hypocrisy, because I've told, for example, I published a book in Italy which has been translated in 18 languages. It's, by the way, let me do a little bit of advertisement. It's coming out in English as well, and it's been published by a US publisher. It will come out, I think, in April or May, when the world sleeps. And guys, I don't think that it should be on Amazon. It's a full contradiction. And let's buy in a bookstore or online from the publisher. But the thing is that, so yes, it is to be boycotted. But of course, there are people for whom certain services are necessary, like elderly people and others. But also, let's look at the conditions, the working conditions of the workers inside Amazon. These people are our allies. And if we want to dismantle the system, their rights have to be our concern, and build networks of solidarity where we take care of each other, including Amazon workers. But by the way, I think that they need to be held accountable, and so they need to be brought to trial.
So one of your previous reports was about the profiteering of the genocide. That pissed off a lot of people. That's probably got even more targets on your back. Sam Bahor, let's give him the last word. He says, I'm writing from Palestine. You both have our utmost respect. Thank you, Sam. What's Francesca's next report topic and the timing of the release of her next report?
Look, mark my words. Every time there is a violent smear campaign against me, we are near a reporting deadline. Every time I need to present a report, the Geneva minions start attacking me, spreading misinformation. It always happens. So yes, we are just about that. I shared my report with the Israeli authorities just a few days before this all French affair started, exploded. So my next report is going to be presented to the Human Rights Council on the 23rd of March this year, and it's going to be about torture. And it's very heavy. There are 300 testimonies that the report is based on, some collected by me, others collected by lawyers and NGOs. It's a painful read, but necessary. And it goes beyond what I've worked on before, meaning the genocide, but also what the Palestinian and Israeli human rights organizations have documented, like networks of torture that remind hell.
Yes. We at Zeteo have tried to cover that story through Diana Butu's writings and other human rights groups. We've tried to cast a light on the torture that doesn't get covered in US mainstream media or British mainstream media. Israel does torture Palestinians, including children, in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. We look forward very much to what will be a depressing but very, very important report from you in March. Thanks for giving us a heads up. We are wrapping up, but we have a lot of guests on Zeteo Town Halls, but half the comments, I mean, we took a dozen questions. Sorry, we couldn't take more. There's 250 of you in the chat. It's one of our big live audience. But half the comments in the chat, Francesca, are not questions. They're just people saying, we love you. Luma Amir says, you are an inspiration. Tom Schwogler says, Francesca, you are a global treasure. Sophia Ansari says, many of us feel your moral urgency. Ole Nasser says, we admire you. Farida Shatanawi says, Francesca, you are a true force of nature. I'm in awe of your perseverance. So, Francesca, fuck those US sanctions. The people love you, clearly. The people have spoken. Thank you for taking time out for another Zeteo Town Hall. We hope to speak to you again. We will be covering your report.
Okay, guys, I think it's 12:30 back in India. And we are supposed to be an Indian podcast. So we are going to switch off. It's been 4 hours. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for being here. I love all of you. If you're new here, please do not forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you're old here, please do not forget to like, share, and subscribe. Subscribing is extremely important. Thank you again for so much coming here. It's been amazing. It's always has been amazing. Thank you everyone who participated. I will see you on Tuesday. Good night. Have a nice evening. Shabba khair and be safe.